But, just gotta open up this tab. I gotta go here. I am still recording this whole fort. I don't know if it's gonna turn into a video like the last one, but, you know, gotta start that up as well. Now I need to remember which one it was. I have too many copies of the same world. Turns out. And boop. Oh, this is the right one. I only glanced. Also, how you doing, Simtexagon? It's good to see you, mate. As well as G4 OG Best Boy. Neezer, Gazum, Him Go Fast, Salva. And Cravo Govo. And Deep Sea Fishing. If I haven't said hi to you yet, say hello now, and you'll get a hi from me. Oh, I need to disable DFAC overlay. This is our current new fort. This is more of just a slow-paced build project than a actual, like, follow-up to that last one, because I needed something a little bit more relaxing. Although my plan is to turn it into a big Warmonger's fort. If this fort does become a video, it'll likely become a video that starts up like partway in, like that skips a lot. I don't know. We'll see. I think the next video that I will likely be making will be of that Elven Bard Adventurer. Because curious if I can make that into something interesting. But, you know, and as I said during that premiere, if I get 100,000 views on that video that was uploaded, I will. I think there's multiple characters. I need to update that. I will, in fact, try and get an adventurer necromancer who can get into hell and resurrect the blockade. Because I think that would be kind of fun. But only if that video hits 100,000 views. So I'm not going to put a deadline on that. So if it hits 100,000 views in 2 years, we'll do it. So I guess I need to make sure that that save sticks around. But, yeah. So the dwarves in the fort currently, I think I have some I need to name, are as follows. Let me just check one other thing. Yep, sweet. A Darkened Dawn, a Devilish Potato, Alien Slayer, Amethyst, and Bonesaw, as well as Budgie, Cow, and Irma Luck. Grandpa, who is a named character that I need to add, just because, well, I mean, look at him. Him Go Fast and Hunter Meyer, as well as Ilmirin and Indiridius and Napalm, Neezer, Rydern, Salvador, and Snail. Snail, you have a dwarf and you claimed a dwarf. Do you want to gift that one? Or Stone Grip and the Elephant Tender, who's the expedition leader. And UDK 450. The kind of, like, bare level plot line of this fortress is that we are trying to make a new mountain home for a falling faction. And the falling faction had elephants. And I was able to bring elephants with me on Embark, but wasn't able to bring elephants with me or like request them as something that they send. So chat was hypothesizing that they are too heavy for the early game caravans, which is possible. But in my headcanon, we have the last 2 elephants. So we are trying to raise and care for the last 2 elephants, these 2. They are called royal elephants, and we are raising them so that when the monarch arrives, which is what I'm aiming for, the elephants will become theirs. So Darius Cardman would like to dwarf himself. And Snail would like me to gift this to Gazum. Does Gazum have a dwarf? I don't think they do. Gazum, beard or no beard? Or actually, you could just pick one. If you like. And also scroll a little bit. You've been watching YouTube lately, and it's helped you get a lot better and get a fort off the ground. Thank you so much. Happy to help, dude. Happy to help, Nanrek. You've got a question, perhaps a little weird. I mean, you got a little bored of the game after like 500 hours. 500 hours? I mean, one, that's really good value for your money. That's the first thing I would like to say. The brewer. This one? Okay. One that's exceptionally good value for your money. Chat room, Darius Cardin would like to dwarf themselves, so you guys get to vote on this because they're using their tier 2 rights. So you guys get to say yes or no as to whether or not Darius gets to name themselves. This dwarf has curly hair. I'd love to see it. But as far as keeping the game interesting, if you need a list of like personal goals, right? Because like you ask me if I need challenges, not really. But that's because I can kind of just make my own fun at any point in the game. Like it's never really been an issue for me unless it's like a super long-term, like generation fort. I'm generally good. I found Long Death became tedious beyond all reason and exceptionally boring by the end, which was a fort I kept alive for 1,500 hours or something. But outside of that, like it's pretty easy for me to just set a building goal and construct it, and that's enough for me. But I do the challenge stuff sometimes. I just don't like calling them challenges. I like to think of them as scenarios. But if you need like a bunch of ideas, there's this very, very, very useful article on the the Dwarf Fortress Wiki, the fan-run wiki, which is this. This is Playstyle Challenge, is the name of the thing. So all of this whole list, these are all completable Dwarf Fortress themed runs that have been invented by the community. And then these are the descriptions of how you complete each one. It's very helpful if you just need goals. Like if you're the sort of person who just needs goals, this is a very, 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 very useful wiki page. Some of them are kind of problematic. Like there's a few like xenophobic based ones, but like even those, like xenophobia, kill all non-dwarves. That's just how people who come from 4chan play anyway. But there's like sexist segregation, which can be kind of fun. I once did a fort where like I only put women in the military. It was like an Amazon fort because for some reason the starting 7, all except for one, were women. And we started in the jungle, completely unrelated. And the one male dwarf was clumsy and weak. So we were like, well, obviously this is an Amazon warrior fort. So, like stuff like that is kind of fun to go about doing. Like come up with an interesting theme or use like ones that the player base has come up with in the past and then rolling with it can be a very fun way to shake it up and keep things interesting without like, having to sit there and brainstorm for an hour. For me, I have chat. Chat gives me endless ideas. I am not going to quote that, but sure. So this right here is going to gazum. And gazum is utterly fearless when confronted with danger, to the point of lacking common sense. Welcome to the military. Congratulations on your volunteering for the local militia. I wish you well. Anyway, she is utterly fearless when confronted by danger, to the point of lacking common sense. She has an overinflated sense of self-worth and relies on the advice of others during decision-making. She is rarely happy or enthusiastic, is conflicted by this, and values parties in the abstract, and she rarely feels discouraged. She does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. She doesn't have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Where was I going from there? She lives a fast-paced life, and she has a tendency... Oh, boy. I'm just going to pause. And she has a tendency to... I can't read right now. What's wrong with my eyes? I think I need new glasses, chat. I have an eye doctor's appointment on the 15th, so at least that's happening. She has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications. She acts with little determination and confidence and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. She acts with a narrow focus on the current activity and has a greedy streak. She's curious and eager to learn and tends to avoid crowds. When she's thinking, her body becomes very still. When she's nervous, she often drums her fingers. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and personally doesn't care about art one way or another. She likes lemonite and nickel silver and pineapple opal and cinnamon, snapping turtle shell and the color lilac, maces and bins and gems for their maces and bins and the color lilac, maces, bins and large gems, and pigs for their snorts and firefly men for their enchanting glow, rammy fabric for their useful stems and the sound of the laces of pregnancy, and the sight of the sienna sweetness, and when possible prefers to consume cassava beer and absolutely hates cave spiders. Her ears are fused-lobed, and her round, close-set cobalt eyes are bulging. Her lips are very thick, and her teeth are crowded. Her somewhat greasy hair is curly. That's the interesting bit, curly hair. She is proud after the establishment of a temple for the line to Cloven, and she has some passing acquaintances but no friends, and is a relatively recent arrival here. And she arrived in spring of this year, so she's been here for half a season, and we've already got another migrant wave. Pigs for their snorts. Yep. Now, because chat voted in favor, yes, of Darius, I will just give him the first migrant I see, who doesn't have any previous relations to the fort. Darius here is a novice face puncher in various skills of face punching. Never envies others and their status, situation, possessions, and he is prone to hatreds and often develops negative feelings. He does not trust others, and he very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings. He thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he is often lustful. He is brave in the face of imminent danger and tends to not reveal personal information. He tends to think before acting, and he occasionally overindulges. He's a friendly individual and doesn't try to get things done perfectly. Often feels discouraged, and often tells pointless stories when he's thinking. And when he's thinking, he often tells pointless stories when he's nervous, and when he's thinking, his body becomes very still. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Doesn't care about friendship and doesn't care about fairness. He likes pig iron and Levin opal. I forgot to read this on the other one. I'll go back. Jackal leather and giant tortoise shell. Kestrel men for their coloration and the sound of the laces of pregnancy. And when possible, prefers to consume wine, oat flour, and absolutely hates fire snakes. And worships Einod and has no friends because he only just got here. This is the elephant fort, yeah. So something else. Let's just jump back to Gazum. Gazum dreams of crafting a masterwork someday and doesn't care about art one way or another. Likes nickel, silver, and pineapple opal, and snapping turtle shell, and the color lilac, bins, maces, and large gems, and pigs. Okay, I already read that. But you do hate cave spiders. And I need to jump to this dwarf. This dwarf is grandpa because of all of their children and grandchildren, and also cousin Bonesaw. And I don't know why we named this dwarf grandpa. It kind of just looks like a grandpa. But this Warm Trumpets here, Grandpa Warm Trumpets, is a named character, not a chat member, so I will add him to the list. So it should be updated now. You typed it in a second too early. Hey, Hangman, what's up? Somebody say Bonesaw? I don't think so. Did you? Did anybody say Bonesaw? So we have a metalsmith's guild that I need to finish. I do have this guild right here, which is the Godly Brains. The Godly Brains is a weaponsmith's guild that isn't valuable enough yet. So I have economy set to hard, which is going to be a challenge. Economy being set to hard basically means that the value of everything needed to make it work is doubled. So in order for this to be a grand guild hall, it needs to be a value of 30,000. Which actually I do want to make public. And we need to make a second guild hall. I also had to finish this, which I just did. Salvador is now the Holy Seal, which we discussed earlier. And the reason it's got such a high value is because I put this artifact in here, which is Zeneng Dakas, which is one of the first artifacts in the fort. It's an artifact gold crossbow. It produces grand rooms. I like it, asterisk, if you have plentiful metals. If you have plentiful metals that can, be made into valuable artifacts, or alternatively, just valuable furniture, I like it. Otherwise, I find it kind of frustrating because half the time I can't keep up with it. We're already having cave adaptation issues, and my nose is really itchy. Fucking summer, man. If you settle on an island, you found a cool volcanic, will you be able to get traders? Maybe. Maybe is the answer. Probably is what I'll say. I can't remember if I traded with these guys or not. I mean, we're in early summer, so probably not. Let's just check to see if I have anything that needs trading. Or sailing. Finished goods bin. Just roping all of these. I mean, I could just sell that. Just a bunch of toys. And then as far as these migrants go, and then the other thing I need to make is a guild hall for a metalsmith's guild. That is on the very long list of planned features. Flying floor. Are you a Mario level, by the way? A flying floor? Okay, so this dwarf... What about you? You're inclined to abstract. Zany! High stamina, not musical. I'm also making all of the dwarves caps because we figured out in the last fort that masterwork caps get feathers in them. So that's becoming the dwarves' uniform for this fort. I think Tarn has this habit where if he mentions that he wants to add something to the game, people ask him to do it a lot, and then he makes it sound significantly more difficult to do than it actually would be, and like scares himself from actually adding it to the game. And then when he finally does add it to the game, he finds a much easier alternative. Where can you find my business email? Where can you find my business email? That's a good question. That's a good question. I don't know why. If you want to pay me to play your video game, I refuse. I think it's beneath the stream. Is it? Hold on, I need to look. It's been a while. No, it's not actually. I deleted it because I kept getting like nonsense spam. Is it on my website? I know it was on my Twitter. It might be on my Mastodon. It's not on Mastodon. It's on my YouTube channel. If you go to the contact section. Just double checking. Or it was. Did YouTube change it so that it's no longer there? I don't know. Send me a DM on Discord. But like, it's somewhere. Why? I don't really do business deals generally. I genuinely made it harder to find so that people would stop sending me keys for video games. If it's real time, I don't want it. And probably not. It's not that I'm not into new games, it's just I'm extraordinarily picky. Instead, I'll just state repeatedly that it's not actually a roguelike for a bit and then get upset. Oh yeah, I forgot to say that. You can go leave a like on the YouTube stream if you like. Said the word like way too many times in that sentence. But yeah, just DM me on Discord about it. These dwarves have interesting hair. I keep seeing curly hair, because isn't... Somebody in chat can correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure that curly is like a human trait, is it not? Like, it's a pretty rare dwarven trait. I mean, this is a really small personality, like, really small factions. Maybe it's got something to do with that, but... Nope. I don't like card games. Not really a Slay the Spire fan. I generally, like, the second... If I see cards in a game, I'm immediately less likely to play it. Like, I'm trying to think of the last game I actually played that had cards in it that I tolerated for having cards. I played, like, 2 hours of, like, this car combat card game that wasn't horrible. But, no, I don't like card games. It's a I mean, it's probably a faction specific, but Dwarf doesn't feel strongly about the law. He's not dutiful, poor empathy, not anxious, and curious. Dislikes obligations, will try to avoid being bound by them. He values the concept of loyalty, but is troubled by his natural tendencies. All right, well, how do you feel about punching stuff? Doesn't seek out excitement. Well, I will never play Inscription. For 2 reasons. 1, I watched a friend of mine play almost all of it, so I've seen all of the stuff in it. And 2, I don't want a story-based card game that's maybe worse than actually just playing a card game. If I wanted to play a card game, I would go get a deck of cards. We have, like, the beauty of board games is you have to work within limitations. The beauty of video games is you don't have limitations. So why are you making me make a fucking deck of cards? I'm sorry, it's a mechanic that I will never enjoy. If you put deck building in your game, I wish you didn't make that video game. But that's a mini game. Mini games, like, yeah, Crypt Keeper had a mini game, or Crypt Master, not Crypt Keeper. Crypt Master has a card game mini game, but it's like such a basic thing that it's kind of fun. I don't mind mini games. I just don't want to play a game that's built entirely around card games. And then everybody calls them fucking roguelikes. It's like they're not. They're solitaires. Like, come on. It's a solo card game. Solitaire. Stop it, you fucks. Slay the Spire is a big mini game? As in that, like, it's better on tablets? I'd agree with you there. I don't know. It's just not for me. There's nothing wrong with them. They're totally allowed to exist. I just personally don't want to play them. Dice are cards with a different texture on them. Like, everybody's just gonna, like, go asking me about all of these different board game transfers. It's like, no. It's the same reason I didn't play, what was it called? Dicey Dungeons, and even though I like his other games, and what was the other one? Slice and Dice. It's just deck building in a different format. I don't like deck building. I don't like having to look at a list of things with stats based on probabilities. That's not the kind of gameplay I enjoy. If they're like super basic mini games in a bigger game, then I don't mind it. I mean, like, years ago for Christmas, back when computer games were sold on discs, got a copy of Pirates of the Caribbean 3, the video game for PC, for my aunt. Bless her soul, she tried. It wasn't very good. But there was a poker game in the beginning, and you could win gold in that first level, and you could replay levels to, like, get experience to do better in later levels. But the game itself was so insufferably boring to play that I didn't do that. So instead I just played like 30 hours of poker and won gold from the poker games, used that gold to upgrade all the characters to maximum, and then steamrolled all the levels on the first try. Which, that was kind of fun, but that was just poker. Poker Night at the Inventory. That's a fantastic card game. I'll let you walk through. Where are you? 30 years old. Impervious to the effects of stress. Ooh. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills. Personally hates those who wield power over others and believes peace is always preferable to war. Oh, hey, look at this. You got a bunch of siblings from the previous migrants. Nobody named, though. Have you been part of Matt? Nope. You were a former member of the Green Bells. That could have almost been something really funny. All right, Mdoc, you can join the military, too. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. They absolutely can, right, Rovan? Because, like, turn-based RPGs, like JRPGs, are card games. But for me, I also don't like turn-based RPGs, generally. I usually find them quite dull. But, like, for me, if it looks like a card game, I don't really want to play it. If you can give me a card game that has no physical card mechanic or shuffling or deck building outside of, like, in-game, because, like, if you think about it, Mech Warrior is a card game. You're building a deck for your loadout, right? Like, there's a lot of math and thinking there. I like that. I just don't want a physical deck of cards on screen. Like, if you abstract it and trick my stupid brain into not thinking it's a card game, I don't mind it. If I think it's a card game, I will inevitably just get frustrated by it because it's just a format of game that irritates me because I feel like I'm getting fucked over by the cards. I've never actually played proper Mahjong, so. Look at this dwarf. Looks like he's about to start singing reggae. He's like one of those white reggae artists. This guy looks like snow. He's dour as a rule. Values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. Of course he does. He's not the type to fall in love or even develop positive feelings. He observes the appropriate rules of decorum when possible, and he is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments. Ken looks like Snow, actually. Back when he had long hair. Yeah, I mean, like that, like classic style of like turn-based combat games. Like, if you think about it, dungeon crawlers like, I'm blanking on the name of it. Darkest Dungeon are, that's basically a card game. If you had a little bit more flexibility and less options of what abilities you could use per turn, it would be a card game. Dwarves have genetic traits. They inherit portions of the traits of their parents. Same with the gods that they worship. They inherit the god that their parents worship. The person finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, values tranquility and a peaceful day. Oh, and he meditates. Great. He sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way and dislikes cooperation. He likes pitchblende and fine pewter and sard, as well as grackle leather and cotton fabric. Color bronze and peafowls for their coloration. The words of the diamonds of depth and the sound of the laces of pregnancy and the sight of the sienna sweetness when possible prefers to consume big dog and mango wine. It's very basic and Tarn always talks it down, but the parts of it that do work are actually quite interesting. Like, I would also say that I don't like auto battlers, right? But I really like Conquest of Elysium. And I also really like Path of Acra. And both of those games are almost auto battlers in a way, right? So I don't know. I really like 4X strategy games. Taking this from YouTube chat. I don't like streaming them because you take feedback from chat while you're playing a game when you're streaming. The worst feedback I've ever gotten from streaming any game was Civ and Stellaris. And Imperator Rome, but that game was just bad. So, I enjoy playing Civ with friends online, and I enjoy playing Civ by myself. I don't enjoy streaming games like that. I also streamed Warhammer Gladius, and that was also exceptionally hard and boring to stream. It's one of those types of games where you have to be good at it for people to enjoy watching you play it, or you have to be achievement hunting, and I don't really do either of those things, and I'm not good at them. Because I've never had the opportunity to get good at one of them. I'm sure I could, but that dwarf is interesting. This is going to be a big migrant wave, isn't it? I was in a snowstorm, and that's annoying. Is it now? Cult of Seals? Poor memory. Distrustful. Not easily depressed. Values power. Dreams of creating a great work of art. Doesn't care if others take the time to master skills and doesn't see the point of working hard. Yeah, furnace operator. You'll fit in well here. You've got a pet Keat. She doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, tends to think before acting, tends to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. I don't know why I'm going through every single dwarf like this. I think it's because the last fort I had so few dwarves that I'm just trying to like make up for that. Yeah, pretty much. Stone. A lot of things in the gotta love Warhammer 40,000 like Gladius. Gladius is a terrible 4X game. It's a really good tactical combat game, though. I did actually have fun with Gladius. It's just not a 4X. It's like kind of false advertising that it's a 4X because you can't. It's just exploit, exterminate, or like expand, exterminate. There's no like diplomacy or like other options. So I don't know. I don't think you need to be a fan of 40K to like Gladius. I thought it was actually a pretty fun little like hex-based combat game. It's not a good 4X game though. It's bad at what it's trying to be. It's good at being a little turn-based building combat game. She's not driven and rarely feels the need to pursue even a modest success. I sometimes feel that way. Low stamina, not ambitious, and high social awareness. Oh, look at this. We've got like a whole family showing up here. So I think this dwarf would make a good tavern keeper. I'm going to say... well, you're peasants, so let's say... maybe tavern keeper. Because of the high social awareness. She often feels discouraged. She tries to do things correctly each time. She's not particularly interested in what others think of her. Tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects, and she tends to act with a narrow focus on the current activity. She's quick to form negative views about things, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. Yeah, you'd be a good tavern keeper. All right, so we're up to 52 dwarves, looks like. Okay, so I did already trade with them. So I will instead just do this. God, my nose is itchy. You haven't found a 4X streamer that you can watch for more than 10 minutes? Yeah, exactly. There you go. I mean, like, there's two types of 4X streamers, and I'm talking to YouTube chat right now. There's two types of 4X streamers. There's the people that are very good that never speak, right? And there's definitely some of those. Like Arvius was always that. Like, really, really good at the game, but, like, would say something maybe every 10 minutes. And then there was the people and then there's the people that are entertaining to watch, but not great at them. I don't watch any Total War streams. Like, at all. I used to watch a lot of Prince of Macedon, though, on YouTube. Back when he used to upload to YouTube. All right, so I have nowhere near enough beds. Do I have a dormitory? I can't remember. I also need to make that, like, guild hall, like, stat. So this is becoming a temple tower. And this is a guild hall. It's very small, though. So I need a metalsmith's guild. I need to figure out where to put a metalsmith's guild is what I need to do. I want this fort to be pretty vertical. But now it's just a matter of staring at this for a minute and trying to figure out where to put one. I'm also in an ad break, so... I could go down here and just tell them to dig out this magnetite and put it down here, maybe. Also, King Sheep in YouTube chat. Hello. It's good to see you. And Arcloid as well. It's good to see you in the YouTube chat. And the dwarves are hauling these over with wheelbarrows at a relatively high pace. What are we currently making? Doors, blocks, and blocks. Got it. Doors, blocks, and blocks. Doors, blocks, and blocks. Good to see. Heart palpitations due to anxiety suck hard. I was having anxiety about that video upload last night, so I feel you there. Okay, so let's unpause the game. Currently, we're just making some bars. That's about it. I think, yeah, okay, so we're making lead furniture, and we are making silver warhammers, and we are making gold statues. That is the only constructions that we're really working on so far. And I need that metalsmith's guild, like, as soon as possible. So I need to figure out where to put a metalsmith's guild. I could put it over here. I think that could work. Be below this. But that would kind of lose me my double high building aesthetic so far. I could also dig back here up 2 levels. Maybe do like this or something. And then just have like an open plan space for it. Is that that's the edge of the map. Yeah, let's try and do that. And then I'll go up later and smooth the upper layer. But yeah, I hope that sorts out. What's causing the anxiety, Sem? Somebody is like cutting something with a saw outside, probably in one of the construction sites, and it sounds like a dentist's tooth drill. Kyo, what kind of dwarf would you like? Do you have any preference off the bat while I'm designating stuff? And I can show you the list in a second. And I also need to expand the size of this one. Cybrek the Jeweler. Yep. That is very specific. How did you remember that? Is it because they made the artifact thingy? I need to go look at what the artifact was again. Kyo is A pessimist and very rarely moved by curiosity, is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and is slow to anger. He is quite ambitious, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. He often feels lustful, and he thinks that he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things. He tends to consider what others think of him, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. He doesn't mind being outdoors at least for a time and is getting used to tragedy. Dreams of raising a family, and personally is somewhat turned off by trade and commerce. He finds maintaining decorum a silly and fumbling waste of time. He likes horn silver and black bronze and beaver bone and the color blue and tetrahedra amulets and cavies for their 3 toes. Bull sharks for their aggressive nature, and when possible prefers to consume spotted webgong and turnip wine, and maize flour, and absolutely hates flies. His eyes, he has a very narrow chin. His round, close-set brass eyes are bulging. His very long beard is braided, and his short sideburns are neatly combed. His very long mustache is neatly combed, and his hair is clean-shaven. And his skin is a crew. You're a legendary gem setter, and he is obviously a pessimist. He does have several friends. He's friends with Budgie, Cow, and Dumat, the weaponsmith. You worship Einod. And you're lonely after being away from family for too long. You're actually a competent military dwarf as well, but you're kind of rusty. And this is the first fort of mine that you've been in. And for the artifact that you made, just to refresh my memory, because it has been a week. You made this. Actually, hold on a second. I'm going to go check. What is that sauce? I always think it's a saw because it sounds identical to my neighbor's chainsaw. My neighbor has an electric chainsaw, but it's this like, it's basically one of those tiny little handheld vacuum cleaners, but a leaf blower that the building caretaker uses. It's very annoying. This is an onyx opal amulet. All craftsmanship is the highest quality. On the item is an image of thigh-cut trade metals, the silvers of combat, the dwarf and dwarves in onyx opal. Thigh-cut trade mills is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf thigh-cut trade mills to the silvers of combat. To the position of queen of the Iron of Power in 222. The dwarf looks exactly like you? Wait, what? Bald and bushy brown eyebrows? Big nose? Healthy luncheon? Have a good luncheon. All right. This is all getting dug out. Why did they... What? Oh. Right. Well, I guess it is fitting to have a metalsmith guild here, because I could actually put more forges in here. Although I wouldn't be able to add those into the guild then. Because that could cause problems with that, like, infinite item artifact issue. Which is actually an issue, even though it's hysterical. So, chat, did you miss me? It's been 5 days since my last proper stream. It's been a very long time. To those of you who've watched the video, I hope you guys liked it. I'm very worried about the amount of time I put into it, but it's doing all right so far. It's been a while, as I said. It's currently getting 500 views an hour, which is pretty good. It's gotten a decent number of views, too. Let's see what we have for blocks. I don't actually know. We'll check in. Yeah, today's probably going to end up being a little bit of a shorter than normal stream. Oof, not quite enough of anything. Today's going to probably end up being a slightly shorter than normal stream, and streams are normally absurdly long, so that's not going to be too bad of a thing. But I do need to make it out to the garden tonight because I didn't get out there the last 2 days. And I need to, I know for a fact I have a zucchini that I need to pick. So I got to get out there before it becomes like the size of a small human. It reminds me of Krug Smash. A Krug Smash with significantly worse art. I was more aiming for like longer form hoodie hair, but I'll take Krug Smash. And I don't know what I'll do with these last 2 strips. Maybe andesite? Okay, so this is supposed to be a metalsmith's guild hall, so I will accept it and make it into this room. Once the flooring's in, we'll smooth the wall. Oh, actually, I can rebuild most of the walls probably. And I will actually, oops, go into here and erase this corner and this corner. And you are going to be a metalsmith's guild. There it is. The Canyons of Coal. Of the Company of Steel. Okay, so for once the dwarves actually named... For once, the dwarves actually named a guild hall something, like, related to what it actually was. It's actually growing really well. Oh, that's good. Chili plants are hard as hell to grow. They need, like, a lot of heat and a lot of humidity and a lot of water. Yeah, they called it the Company of Steel. Like, how often does that happen? Okay, so now we just need to get the dwarves over and in here. Let's follow one of those new dwarves to join the fort. Doesn't feel anything after improving weaponsmithing. I mean, you're a novice. You must have, like, listened to a weaponsmithing lesson or something. Took a picture of the chili plant and posted it to Discord. I'll have a peek. Where did you put it? There's nothing new in the plant pictures. Did you post it in one of the we have a room specifically for gardening. And you put it in general? Tisk. That's fine though. It's the one that I'm probably the most active in. But thanks for sharing. And it said, recent medical research indicates when we don't exercise, the excess calories we have result in overproduction of cholesterol and stress hormone. And you're going to look into it more yourself, but being somewhat medically illiterate, this might explain why exercise seems to help make people much happier. It wouldn't surprise me much. I mean, there's a lot of things about modern life that really mess with our ability to function as people. Also, Budgie here showed up haggard. Budgie came from Dragonspike, which is a fortress that we abandoned. So this dwarf really needs high-quality objects, really needs excitement, needs to make merry, and needs martial training and to take it easy and learn something. So this dwarf's going to be a handful. But they've gone from haggard down to stressed, which is good. And greetings, Diamond. They're finally done after a lot of work stuff. Well, you have an hour-long video to watch at some point. And also, if anybody decided to post that video on Reddit, that'd be cool. And if you do, let me know, and we can upvote it. I just don't log into Reddit very much these days. Is this a non-Hell Fort? Yeah, because the Hell Fort's done. Otherwise, the video wouldn't have been produced about it. This fort's actually pretty chill. It's wilderness / untamed wilds, and there's been, like, no untamed wilds on it yet. But it's a really big volcano, and there's some secrets down below. The secrets down below are pretty cool. This fortress has abnormally large spires down to hell, so could mean lots of adamantine. I don't know what I'll end up doing with this fort or how long I'll play it, but if we did end up going that route, it could be quite useful in that regard, or quite interesting in that regard, but we'll see what we actually end up doing with it. I accidentally deleted that. Please explain what you mean, Diamond. Or if someone can translate diamond into English, that'd be great. I mean, yeah, it was doomed from the onset. But we were able to invade hell, which I considered a victory. That's a lava emote. Hell's below lava. So you'll need like an arrow pointing down emote as well as a hell emote. That's a lot of doors. Cool. Dwarves have been making good progress. Okay, so let's get some... Oh, I don't have any furniture in here. Why that? Is it because you're just making lead cabinets? You know, do I have steel? I'm also, like, out of drink, too. I do not yet. Okay. Since we are running out of drink... I'm just going to quickly automate a drinks job. Brew a drink from plant. Let's just brew 100. We're going to check that monthly. And when number of drinks is below 75. I do not know this meme, Diamond. I swear that if something is like kind of also random now, people just call it a meme. Like a lot of things are called memes that it's like, how is that a meme? Okay, whatever. You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to try and understand. It's my meme? No, it's not. What? I mean, okay. So I have a piece of art that is very detailed, which is a dwarf writing literal hell. How the heck could I make that an emote? 1, it's way too large. 2, it's not square. 3, there's a lot of detail. It would be tiny and blurry and unreadable. So no, it's not. I mean, I did put it into like that debate me bro shitty meme, but no. 1, no, it's not a meme. 2, no, it's not an emote. 3, no, it's not going to be an emote. Because 1, it wouldn't fit. 2, it has too much detail. And 3, blah, maybe a mug. Okay, how are things going here? So I need, you know what? Okay. We're just going to go furniture, iron. I think it's furniture. Okay, anvils are not furniture. Where are anvils hidden? What would it be? Other? Furniture suited? Other objects, probably. Iron. And, yeah, there it is. Let's just make an iron anvil, and please do that first. We're going to make another anvil so that I can get higher speed of production here. You believe it's magic? So remember, chat, you guys can request I follow a particular dwarf if you want. Let's see what the expedition leader's up to. Socializing in the very small weaponsmithing demonstration and watching weaponsmithing. Is now apparently a professional weaponsmith. And is also already getting yelled at by unhappy citizens, which apparently makes her happy. That, like, I don't know, always has confused me a little bit. It's like, why are you happy about getting yelled at? You found being yelled at by a Karen has never made me happy. And I've worked in customer service. It's mostly just depressing. I mean, seriously. Skill issue? What, me not being happy? Or... also wants an exciting life. You have poor kinesthetic sense, though. We are now brewing plants into drinks. And there's vomit on the ground. Cool. Who's puking? Is it you, Salvador? Excellent. It's more like therapist. And I guess it's more of a counseling thing, but... yeah, that was something I didn't have to worry about at all. in the last fort. Don't forget to comment that on the video too, Matt Korox. And also share the video. And tell your friends about the video. And send it to your mom in an email so that she looks at it. Please and thank you. Okay, let's go here. Let's make another magma forge. Made that out of basalt, right? Yeah, I did. Magma forge. And basalt. Just to increase the speed of this process. Also just going to go down here and just say, hey, yo, like, smelt us some galena. And hey, yo, you, what else do we have? I can actually just make some pig iron. Smelt some magnetite. And I'm going to say... lead table. Lead throne. Iron anvil. But I'm just going to make 4 iron anvils. Splinters in general suck, but yeah, fiberglass is pretty bad. Cow down here seems to really like this temple. Maybe you'll become our religious leader. Are you a particular fervorous worshiper of this god? Does it still list how heavily they worship a particular god anywhere in here? I just realized that I don't actually know where it is. Felt wonder after learning about weaponsmithing. That's how you deal with the wonder need. Interesting. Also, most of all of these dwarves want martial training in some format, which is interesting. Gonna queue up a bunch of more bedrooms because goddamn I need them, like stat. I immediately got behind on bedrooms in this fort after not having to worry about them pretty much at all in the last one. So I'm like, all right, yeah, I have to make bedrooms, don't I? Shit, okay. I saw like the crossbow you're working on. I look at the Discord a lot more than I think people realize. I just don't ever really interact with it. I don't know why. I used to interact with my own Discord a lot, but kind of stopped. But if it's been posted on my Discord, yeah, I've likely seen it. Okay, make lead chest. Okay, so we are making chests. I will throw some chests into here. You over here, you can start encrusting furniture. Oh, that's glass. Encrust furniture with cut gems. Although I don't actually know if I have any gems. I may not. May just cancel. Halfway to the value it needs to be at. Jeez, so much vomit. Oh boy. It's more of a 5-minute intro, but yeah. It's an intro that then turns into more of an intro. Basalt blocks have been brought over. And Etur is constructing our second forge for us. Which will pretty quickly get some more jobs, I'm sure. Also probably need to make, like... Yeah, no, okay, so that's not working. Can you cut gems? Do I have any gems that need cutting? If I do, cut them. So when do those tables and chairs get queued up? Let's increase the numbers of these. Increase the numbers of these. Jump over here and say, Manager, where are you at? Napalm, what you doing? I mean... You have a study. Why you no job do? You're just kind of standing here and enjoying the bed nearby. What? Dude. Dude, please. Dude, come on. Like, go fill the goddamn work orders, mate. It's a pretty simple job. Too hot, you're melting? Oh, okay. Well, can you do your job that you were hired to do, please? Because, like, right now, this is becoming a problem. All right, congratulations, you're getting demoted. I guess being manager, broker, and bookkeeper was too much for you. I'm gonna give the job to Budgie. And give Budgie an office. In fact, I'm gonna give Budgie a nicer office. I managed to put the wrong type of stone there. I'm smart. I don't think we've had a death in this fort just yet. Where is Budgie's bed? Budgie. Where is your bedroom? It's right here? Could just put a little office down here. That could be cutesy. I'm going to do something like that. And I will actually just... Let me just make this into an office right now and just say, it's Budgie. And we have a mayor now who's Irmaluk, chat. So we'll check in on that in a second after I go use the toilet, because I apparently really need to pee.
Woo! Over here, he has a sword!
It's a unit system. I know this.
You fucking donkey!
HeroQuest is the best game ever made, and anyone who says otherwise is wrong.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato, remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Wow, almost a year already.
Wait. Almost a year already, Shadow Absorber. Hot damn. Thanks for continuing to keep that almost a year alive. Hey, Jay Martin, if I owe you a command for some reason, let me know, please. Because I'm not aware of one that I owe you. Meanwhile, on YouTube chat, I didn't realize I wasn't subscribed until just now. I mean, it tends to happen. Especially on YouTube these days. YouTube really doesn't want people to care about subscriptions. All right, so we have a mayor. And we also have this that we need to finish. Which is coming along slowly. But let's see if Budgie can go do that task that I told him to do. Hey, Budgie. How's it going? Smelt Galena ore. Okay, can we Can we not? Can we not do that, Budgie? Like, let's just remove you from this job. You're gonna go store an item in vehicle. I mean, I suppose that's fine. How about I take you off of other jobs? You're just messing. Oh, yeah. Sometimes people subscribe at higher tiers and don't tell me. Like they do it stealthily and then get surprised when commands don't work. It's like, they're not automated. Please. Also, thanks, Gazum, by the way. I see that.
Crypt FUN.
Eek, the Real Angry Snail, thank you very much for the 8th month. Welcome back. What did I do? Oh, I saw I got an email about the blog with your email attached to it. So, I guess we just need to give you floors. So I'm assuming it's you. I don't know, unless somebody has the exact same username as you. I checked my email is what happened. Okay, we're gonna do this. Yeah, this is the difference between making videos and just streaming is I talk a lot softer when I'm just streaming. So I don't lose my voice, like, immediately. My God, I lost my voice last night. Like, I had a sore throat. Like, I was worried I was getting a cold for a little bit there. It was starting to feel that way. It's like this isn't a temple. Okay, how about we polish stones? About every month, polish stones. If the amount of stones is greater than 10. Also, stones is a funny thing to read. If the amount of stones is greater than 25, polish 5. And then stone, encrust ammo with polished stones. Let's say furniture with polished stones. Let's say 5. And we will do that monthly if the amount of cut gems is greater than 3. Also, chat, can I get a proper big round of beers for Eek the Real Angry Snail? Thank you very much for keeping that sub alive. Unless we count geodes. True. Okay. Well, we do have some pretty decent engravers. This is actually a fort where I'm limiting engravers to a smaller number of dwarves than normal. So I will just allow them to do this. Begin engraving. I'm in an ad break, so I will pause. Can vampires kill necromancers with normal dwarves by being drained of blood? Can vampires kill necromancers? Necromancers are not undead. They are just immortal. Although a necromancer that dies and then gets resurrected is undead. But that's more of a lich, even though they don't have an actual name in Dwarf Fortress. Video's still doing all right. It's hit 2,000 views. Basically, my personal minimum for that video is I'd like it to hit 10,000 views. Those edited videos that I'm doing, like, if they hit 10,000 views, I'm at the very least happy with it. But in order for them to, like, actually be profitable, they need to get closer to 100,000 for the number of hours I put in. You need to go watch that? I mean, it'll be there all week. It'll be there forever. We premiered it on stream today, so a lot of people here have already seen chunks of it, with me babbling over top of it. So the YouTube stream, actually, the YouTube premiere did really well. It had like 130 people watching, which I was kind of shocked by. I was expecting it to have like 40. The last time I premiered a video, I think it sat at like, because I did the same thing with the Norland one, and it sat at like 40, 30, something like that. But this one actually did quite well. I'm kind of shocked. It's also getting a really positive response, which always feels good. Chat room investments are open if you care. So we do have some very good engravers so far, because for once, I'm actually limiting engravers to dwarves that actually have decent skill in it. So I could probably throw a couple more dwarves in, because I actually have quite a few skilled and proficient ones and talented ones. But competent and below, I'm not going to permit. Just because I don't want them to, you know, waste their time there. Let's do that, and then I need a throne, right? Throne. There we go. You'll get a day site throne. It'll be okay. Napalm is taking a nap. I thought that you had a bedroom, Napalm. Did you not? You literally... Oh, you have a study. You don't have a bedroom. Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why you were bad at your job, is because you are refusing to work. So I was using what? Silver bars? Yes, I am. Vertical silver bars for the bedrooms. Maybe I should put some of those into that Metalsmith's Guild to increase the value. But silver bars on their own are not actually that valuable. Still getting started there, EXVXE. I don't know how to say your name out loud, so... Got a bunch of walls to knock down up there too, but I guess I could just set them up as bedrooms for right now. Can go do that. The tedium of replacing walls later down the line. And just get bedrooms done. Let's do cabinets. Everybody needs a cabinet. And of course, chests. And then I can make yeah, okay. It does consider those a wall even when they're not constructed yet. And done. Oh boy, napalm here. You have quarters, what? Okay. Fine. I wonder if it's because you're a hunter. Gramps, you can have one. Gramps needs a bedroom. UDK 450, I'm just looking for named dwarves. Kyo. Bonesaw. Yes, somebody said bonesaw. Gotta go to work now? Well, that's unfortunate. Hopefully you have a good day at work. Hunter Meyer, right there, from YouTube chat. And Salvador, the Holy Seal. Masterpiece piece of cave spider silk cloth. I have dug down to the caverns, haven't I? Caverns are a bit down. Yep, they're all the way down here. The first project that we did in this fort was actually caving in these walls, and I need to go up to here and seal them off so that they're safer. Which I should not use that tool for this. Should select materials. To go here and put a wall in there. Kind of made this harder on myself in a way. It's 13. We'll just use day sight. That's fine. Over here. Just gonna dig all this out and we'll just build more or less a wall across, except I'm gonna need to go down here and do this. Wait, what? Okay, I'm gonna need to go down here and like build this side all the way up. But they can't get there. Oh, that'd be why. Makes sense. Walled these off so that we wouldn't have collapsing problems. Yeah, it's fine. I can fix that. Accidentally. You've accidentally gained tickets. I mean, sometimes you'll just gain tickets. Oh, that's good. I do hope that your week continues to be good. Didn't feel anything after sleeping in a great bedroom. Why are you so needy? Well, is often lustful, prefers to present himself modestly, tries somewhat assertive. Poor analytical ability, cheerless, austere, wants to fight and wants martial training, but also wants to take it easy. Make your mind up. Get in the military, I suppose. Not that they're doing anything just yet, but what's the value here? It's up to 3. I don't think I've disappointed them yet. The Irma my mayor, has mandated the construction of certain goods. What do you need? A scepter. Ah. I do have a craft store shop, right? I do not. Okay. Well, Let's just roll up here. Make a real quick craft store shop. And just go here and say, make a rock scepter once every 3 months. Rock scepter. Make 3, maybe. Seasonally. Seasonally. Because that'll hopefully deal with the needs for that. We are, in fact, making lead thrones and tables now. So I can go into here and I can make my thrones and tables that I wanted to make. Get those placed in. I don't know what I was implying, to be honest with you. But the rock lobster has to be similar to the roll lobster for me to acknowledge it. Budgie seems to enjoy their job, but they still need to acquire an object. God damn it, Budgie. Do I need to, like... Okay, Budgie, here's what I'm going to do. Budgie, you can have this really fancy horse skull totem. That is now your object. That is your item. Go acquire it. Be happy. Damn it, Craftig. Thanks for the for the third month. Welcome back. Chat, can I get a round of beers for the third month of resubscription? It's good to have you around. And thank you very much to the 49 of you watching over on YouTube. And over here on Twitch, the 167 of you. And also, hello, Pistolux. Hope you're doing well. Glass F empty. It's good to see you as well. I don't think I said hi to some fool yet, so hi. Jordan Langford is doing their part. Yeah, you are. Thank you. Necromancers do, in fact, sleep in Fortress mode, yes. Necromancers are just normal dwarves with weird hobbies and powers. That is it. Oh. I need more booze more consistently. Is what I need. Like, they just started brewing drinks from plants, but population's too high for the amount that we have. So if we're less than, let's say, less than 150, make 300. And I will actually make a kitchen. Because right now this is just a pile of rooms that were just thrown together. Kind of haphazardly. Did this ever make it up to the value it needed? Yeah, it did. Okay. How's the value on you? 6,000 of 6,000. Not quite there, but we're about there. Slightly below. It's probably another throne and another table will sort her. And also morning, Maz. I hope you're doing well. Welcome back, Elfie. Okay, here comes first dwarf here, Alien Slayer. So how much cloth do I have? 74. We got 53 cave spider silk cloth. Excellent. 53 caps coming right up. Make silk cap. 50. Hop to it, dwarves. That's quite the emote, Elfie. Quite the emote. I know the feeling, Maz. It's like, how you doing? Well, still here. Still around, I think. It's often a response I have to people. Kind of getting spatial analysis paralysis in this fort a bit. Which doesn't generally happen to me. It's a bit odd. I think I could just dig out this corner and put a kitchen up here. I know a lot of people ask me how I get over construction analysis paralysis, and usually if it happens too much, it means I just need to build in a different location. But we'll see how this fort goes. Hopefully it doesn't end that way. But I'm definitely having some creative blocks on this one, at least in these early days. So if chat has ideas, assuming it's not just like build in the volcano, because I've done that a million times, I'm here for it. What, just starting a new fort if I can't figure out how to build in the current fort? Elfie? I'm going to queue up a couple rock block jobs. And if anybody is confused as to why, it's because I've got 3 different types of blocks that I want lots of rocks cut out of. The first one is nice, because I've got tons of it. Second one is... I really don't actually want to do obsidian, but I'll do obsidian. And the third one is quartzite. So I'm just going to say, just do 100 of each of these and repeat them seasonally. Because they should finish those pretty quick. Oh, and microclimb. That's a 0. Rock blocks. Good day, Celestine. Hope you're doing well. Seasonally and microclimb, which I'm actually kind of short on right now, but that's fine. You've started a new fort in a new world when you come to a creative block in an existing world. I only do that if it's a small world. If it's a large world, I don't generally do that. But if it's a small world and it's full of dolls and they're singing at me, yeah, I definitely start a new one. I find that starting a new fort doesn't generally do it for me, if that makes any sense. What's up, someone over there? Did you enjoy the video? But yeah, if anything is full of dolls that are singing at me, then yeah, I usually just move on. Okay, so who's working this? It's Kyo who is. Where are you, Kyo? And you are doing all tasks? Okay, I'm going to remove you from doing other tasks. You're just going to be my master gem cutter, basically. But you're so happy with socializing that you're like, I don't even need to do anything else. I got into an argument with UDK 50. I take offense, although he's offended. Are you like passing acquaintances? I wish it would say if they were like on bad terms, because it doesn't adventure mode, but the game does track that, like mortal enemies and whatnot. I think that would be fun, but it's just socializing. Man, haven't quite gotten the value up high enough yet. Okay, fine. I will do these. And I'm going to queue up, I think, maybe 10 iron statues. Yeah, iron statues. Iron statue of just whatever. Make me 10 iron statues. And Budgie, what the heck are you doing? Managing your work orders. Cool, thank you. And it's going to go back to detailing floors. This new one is all below the first aquifer. You decked out in brick floors and walls. That sounds fun. This fortress actually has a heavy aquifer in it, but it's only like relatively far down and also pretty far away proximity from the volcano. So because of that, it's like just kind of not, I'm choosing not to worry about it too much, but it is there. If I do stumble into it, I'll probably just make it into an artificial river. YouTube comments is saying that we should immortalize the blockade as the bonkade. There we go. We have achieved the needed value. I have a question, Cossack. Why do you have a Xeon processor? Like, why in the world? Also, you've been around the channel for a bit. Has this always been an issue? Because this is the first time you mentioned it. Or did you just start playing properly? That sucks, though. Yeah, I mean, I talked about this after we finished premiering the video, and that's... I really need to think about how long I run my forts. Okay, so you got it used? Got it. I mean... I have, like, no... Aside from congrats on getting used hardware, or cheap hardware, that's good. But, like, because more people should do that. But damn, I don't know how to really respond to that. Like... Not many games are optimized for server architecture. Surprisingly enough. I know this might come across as a shock, but... Your buddy's first gaming rig had his 2 Xeons and it was a surplus from a local university. He couldn't get BF3 to run at more than 20 frames per second. This reminds me of a guy who I used to play free-to-play shooters with who comes by this channel like once in a blue moon. He goes by Butt Muncher or Toodles. So every now and again, like maybe once a year, he'll tune in here and he'll just be like, yo, what's up, dude? Because I played with games with him in like 2009. But he, I think it was him. That or I'm confusing him with someone else. He had a server rig that he played free-to-play first-person shooters on because he was running a private World of Warcraft server on it. So he like would play free-to-play FPSs and like super like low overhead video games on it that would just run on anything. And then on top of that, he would also play... Ooh, I need to look at these 2 statues. And then on top of that, he also just had like, you know, servers running on it just for funsies. You know, when I bought my first real graphics card, it was between 2 different graphics cards. The first one was the NVIDIA 560 Ti, which is what I ended up going with. The other one, because I had graphics cards before this, but this was like the first time like spending money on a graphics card. And then the other one was the Asus Mars 480. Does anybody remember that card? It was just 2 graphics. It was 2 480s like glued together, just like permanently. I almost bought one, but I kind of couldn't afford it. And also, it was like a generation old at that point. I'm sure like it works very well for games that are not super CPU heavy, right? Like there's definitely things that could be very useful for. Running a server architecture, essentially. Okay, who's over here? We got Udil, Ermaluk. So this, oh shit! Ermaluk and Koro have gotten married. I didn't even realize this. This is another one of my dwarves from a previous fort that migrated here, which is kind of interesting. I mean, what are your speaking skills? It must be pretty high. Proficient negotiator, that's why you got it. A violent non-beard. So, I have a question. I don't have a military yet, really. I mean, I have some dwarves that are assigned for it because they'll enjoy it once they're in it, but there is no violence in this fort right now, so what does that mean exactly? Can you elaborate, please? We're more like engineers and crafts dwarves currently. I mean, I support I think that in a world where indie games are kind of king currently in video games, I think it makes sense to stick with old hardware and just make it keep working. Okay. Allow me to elaborate. There are no guaranteed violent dwarves in the fort right now. Could you please be more specific? Do you want somebody that's in the military right now? They might not stay in the military. Do you want somebody that's upset? Do you, like, I need you to be more specific than violent dwarf, or I will just give you somebody random. One of the military dwarves. Okay, thank you. Ideal, I suppose. But thank you. Cossack as well, thank you very much for a full year of subscription. Welcome back. Greatly appreciate you, mate. Sorry, Dwarf Fortress doesn't run super well on your computer. I don't really have any advice on that front, aside from buy a different CPU. But, like, obviously, like, money's the concern there, right? So into Radius, who's currently sleeping on one of the beds in the open space, seeks out exciting and adventurous situations, forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others, is greedy and pleased by her own looks and accomplishments. She tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and she has a calm demeanor. She does not reveal personal information and does not go out of her way to help others. She tries to keep her things orderly and doesn't focus on material goods, has a sense of duty, and does that fit your needs? Commonly winks as a form of greeting and needs alcohol to get through the working day. winks, stabs in face. Personally, he holds nature to be of greater value than most aspects of civilization, and greatly is disturbed by peaceful and quiet existence. Oh, wow. She likes conglomerate. I think that's the most a dwarf can like nature. She likes conglomerate, yellow glossier, and sparrow leather, cages, and trolls for their terrifying features and the sound of the fluid of sweetness, and when possible prefers to consume hammerhead, shark, and blueberry wine, and soft wheat flour, and absolutely hates bats. Greatly disturbed by peace and quiet. Likes to live next to a freeway. Slept without a proper room. This is so embarrassing. But you don't like peace and quiet. What? She's a member of the Doctrine of Breaches and wants to lead a more exciting life and wants to wander. So, I need to get military training. Let's check my bar stocks real quick. I do, in fact, have a lot of iron. I can't remember. Do I have flux in this map? I think I do. Quartzite, microcline, andesite, microcline, andesite. Nice. All the galena over there. I'm actually just going to quickly queue up some more forges. Nice dick room. Should I time you out for that? Because if your dick looks like that, I hate to break it to you. You should go see a doctor. It's clearly whatever that thing from Rick and Morty is. That looks like a fake sex toy. Can you tell I've never actually seen Rick and Morty and only occasionally encountered a meme? Okay, so let's take a look at these statues, though. It's an iron statue of Cashes. Oh, it's a god. Cashes, an image of Cashes, the deity of speech and persuasion. Depicted as a female dwarf. That's a male dwarf. And dwarves in iron by Etor. The dwarves are prostrating themselves before Cashes. They worship Kesha. This is a statue of Moppy. Tar controls. The item is an exceptionally designed image of Moppy tar controls. The Mulmarian in iron by Snail. Moppy is laboring. The artwork relates to the settling of the Mulmarian tar controls. I keep trying to say tarn controls. Tar controls in the beloved Frost in 31. Plumbus. Yeah, that thing. It's clearly a plumbus. It's clearly that. So don't be a dick and call my room a dick, because that's not what a dick looks like. It's not nearly banana-shaped enough for that. Otherwise, you're just being mean to the grand dwarven architects who created such a glorious thing. See, I have good taste in media and don't watch Rick and Morty, so I will just assume that everything that you're saying is correct. Suited giraffe. Now you're going to make a phallic fort? Have fun! I've seen dick butt forts. Plum bob for... I mean, I also... Can you also tell that I don't play this... True story, I don't. I haven't played The Sims since The Sims. Legitimately, that was the last Sims game I played more than 15 minutes of. Was the first one. Wasn't my thing back then, and still isn't my thing now! The Sims 1 is your go-to? I mean, people sometimes say that RimWorld is The Sims with guns, which, like, I don't think is entirely accurate. Because The Sims can be fun to play sometimes. But I don't know if it's The Sims, even if you squint. I'm sure. Okay. Even though I'm not ready to make a proper tavern, this is just not working. or a proper kitchen, this is not working. So let's just wear it. Brew drink from plant. Why did you get canceled? Okay, I'm gonna remove. I'm just gonna set it to check daily, but like, why not? Somebody assigned to this? Nope. Oh. I need a bigger garden. Be the problem. I'm also gonna fly down to here. It's down here. Muddy dead plump helmets, excellent. Dead cave wheat. Dead pigtails. I don't know why it's all dead. Everything's in, a lot of these are in season. The heck? Well, that's fun. I could put farms down here, but that's a lot of like back and forth. Well, that's kind of concerning. Fortunately, we're into early autumn, so we should have traders pretty soon. Go figure. Hey, traders, get over here. We need to buy your plump helmets and booze. Ooh, I should sell fancy anvils. They definitely won't be able to carry these lead tables. Those are going to be way too heavy. Way too heavy. It's an expensive ass mug, probably. How about caps? Kind of surprised I don't have any open, like, usable caps. That's shocking. Everybody in chat probably has 3 months of Apple TV. Like, probably has more than 3 months of Apple TV even. But you're welcome to just post it in chat if you're just trying to get rid of it. Can't sell scepters. Got it. I think I will just sell these lead goblets. And go for this bin and sell this bin. Hello, Gigmoth. How are you? Thank you, Sam. I mean, it's fine. It's just I do have a specific gardening channel. Because otherwise the Discord would just be my gardening blog. Which I don't super want. Oh, would help if I unpause the game. I'm like, why is there nothing here? Oh, limestone is the stuff I have. Got it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I post my stuff pretty frequently. Pretty damn consistently. I think Napalm should be a performer or like a tavern keeper instead of a broker. He doesn't seem like he's cut out for it. He likes socializing too much. There's going to be much puke and vomit in this fort, I think. Does anybody remember in Sunbirths when I made like a little trench filled with lava to melt the snow off of dwarves so that they wouldn't track snow into the fort? Might need to do that as well. The Mayor Irmaluk meets with the Outpost Liaison Arath Desorkul, and they say, greetings from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Holy crap, it's so nice to trade, chat. I can't even. I'm going to ask them to just bring gold bars. I'm going to check pets again. Do you have fun pets yet? Actually, I should ask them to bring sand so that we can get glass. You know what? Nah, I'm just going to ask for gold bars. We'll be fine with that. They want ammunition and fish. Ooh, I could do ammunition. Let's check in on the Outpost Liaison, though. I've played enough of this world now that I want to see if they're related to anybody. Oh, wow. Hold on. Already is mulling over a reoccurring memory? What reoccurring memory is that? So this dwarf showed up last year to trade with us, right? And this dwarf, this outpost liaison, was accepting remembering being caught in a snowstorm, and it caused enough stress and trauma being caught in a snowstorm coming here to trade that they became less orderly and learned to value sacrifice. They also have quite a few family members, including Anander. They're related to Anander. I don't know if Anander's here. Probably not, but... Grandpa's his cousin, or her cousin. Okay, okay. Bonesaw is also her cousin, of course. Sentient Potato and Elfie Bean and Prismatic Flux are also cousins of Aerith, the outpost liaison. Many family members around. Uncle Anander as well, yeah. That's fun. Has never been one of my... Okay, I read that as the sins of blowing. The sins of bowing. Bowing? Bowing. Sins of bowing is the government that they are a part of. Well, good luck there, Dwarf. Thanks for coming by and trading with us. Spinach leaf roast? Okay, I need to know what a spinach leaf roast is. The ingredients are minced prickleberry seeds, minced prickleberry seeds, and minced lettuce leaf and minced red spinach leaf. That must have been from trading. Okay, so I've got a couple gem-encrusted large pots, actually. Could sell some empty large pots for not a terribly small chunk of change. Why is everyone puking? Because they're underground. Cave adaptation got fixed. I do have a video on YouTube about why are all my dwarves puking. But the simple version is, if they don't see the sun for a while, and then they go see the sun again, they puke. And it's a mechanic that was broken in this game for quite a while, maybe about a year, and finally got fixed. That's not good. Oh, we're out of food. Well, that's fine. That's totally fine. I definitely haven't played Fortresses where I didn't need to worry about food or any other sort of, like, supply of such things. Okay, so Napalm, are you going to do your job? Okay, so Napalm, sorry, but you're no longer the broker anymore. Hey, Real Gamer Cow? Or was this Robotic Cow? I can't remember. Now, maybe there's too many cows, is definitely now my broker, although you're sleeping, so. Skylight someday? It might already be too late. I mean, technically this room is a skylight, but it may already be too late. Unless I'm willing to very much damage dwarves' mental health. Because building a skylight would be very, very, very time-consuming right now. I mean, I could probably, like, make a skylight right here. But, I don't know. Also, there's a dead polar bear up here. Apparently, there's polar bears on this map. So I should probably keep an eye on that. None right now. Just muskoxes and mammoths, but... Yeah, I don't know. It's going to be tough. I'm trying to decide right now if I want to just say to hell with it. They did in some instances. But a lot of people, I think, are just going to say that building destroyers are still broken. Because I think a lot of people forget that building destroyers back in the day, correct me if I'm wrong, couldn't break locked doors. But locked doors are still weird. No, they can get over it, but it causes, like, permanent trauma, basically. It's like they'll have the flu for 3 months if you make them go outside now. Yeah, it's very random where it works. And I'm kind of okay with it. I'm okay with it being a surprise. Like, trolls can break doors down again. But trolls are way less common than they used to be, so... I mean, Dwarf Fortress goes through fluxes of difficulty shifts like this, so it's not too abnormal. I've got a bone doctor who's withdrawn from society. Udil, who's a skilled engraver and claims a crafts dwarf shop. Needs cut gems, rough gems, and skeletons. Okay, well. Can't slaughter the elephants. We'll slaughter the water buffalo. I need gems. See if I can find some gems on the surface. Just peeking around, mostly just iron. I mean, if I have to dig down, I will, but... No, not really. Okay, so let's check here. There's some hematite. There's some. We'll just go for the stuff down here, I think. I think that's pretty much everything up here. We're also out of booze, which sucks. Okay. Oh, right. My God. I'm an idiot. Because I requested limestone from them, yeah, there's no way they're going to bring enough stuff. Ah, jeez. All right. Well, shit. Okay. How's the Caverns doing then? Everything is just dead down here. It worked very well until the corporate anti-Vipus? I have no idea what you're talking about. But, yeah, I don't know. That's, yeah, it's beyond my realm of knowledge, I suppose. Just confused as to why all these plants... Well, I mean, the cave wheat makes sense. Okay, well, this is pretty sectioned off from the rest of the map, I think, right? Right? Yeah, okay. So I'm just going to dig over to here. Money dead cave wheat. Money dimple cups. Dead cave wheat. Cave wheat. You're in early autumn. Why are you using corporate antivirus that would take out Steam? That seems like a really bad piece of software to run on your computer. I haven't had them bring cave dragons, but I've been able to get cave dragons from them. Yeah, I think Derek Blake, I think people when it comes to building destroyers have this weird, like, what is it, the Mandela effect memory of the way building destroyers work, where they think that dwarves that are or they seem to think that building destroyers destroy all buildings at all times, but what they forget is back in the day there was another locking option on doors, and I think a lot of people just used the keep tightly closed option but never actually locked doors. But I do remember locked doors being super OP back in the day too. Same with locked hatches. Cyberlac, thanks for the 46th month. Welcome back, dude. We're just out of food. Is it in everybody? No, it's not everybody harvests is the issue. Well, we're getting these now, so that's good. Did I limit farming, maybe? Nope, everybody does this. I don't know. That's kind of wild. It's a work laptop, not yours. Okay. Makes sense. And I'm also going to go to meals. Or the kitchen menu, rather. And just double check that I'm not cooking plum helmets, because I might be. No, I am not. Not, in fact, cooking plump helmets or plump helmet spawn. So that'll sort out that issue in due time. Okay, what do I need to work on? Checking on that artifact, I suppose. And we'll have food once that ox is slaughtered. Something else I wanted to do is let's do iron bolts. Just do 50 iron bolts. And iron crossbow. We'll just do 10. Let's do 15, and I'll make some hunters, because I want to actually use hunters in this fort. I think the problem was Forgotten Beasts couldn't destroy locked doors, but it would wreck your frame rate. I think that was the issue, and now it doesn't wreck your frame rate, which is, in my opinion, massively superior. Okay, so you now need a cut gem. Because I keep using up all of my gems for encrusting. And Amethyst here, who I think actually is the better gem cutter. Yeah, you are. I think this one right here is going to get a work order, which is cut gems. Actually, you know what? Nah, I'm not going to bother automating that one. But what are you cutting? Rough onyx opal. Let's follow the strange mood just to make sure that that's what you need. Oh, hey, look, you've already left. Sweet. What are you grabbing? Round nice cabochons. I mean, hey, if it works. Is that everything that you needed? Works secretly? Okay. That is a lot of bones. Baby horse bone as well as water buffalo bone. Round nice cabochons and some uncut onyx opals and some daysite. It's a craft store shop. Any bets on what that dwarf makes, chat? Down here, we're working on those bolts and crossbows. I'm not gonna... Well, actually, did I? No, I didn't buy more gold. They did bring more gold ore, though. At least I thought they did. Or was it just charcoal that they brought? I think it was just coke. Okay, well, let's go here. Just make some pig iron. Okay. They would path endlessly. Yeah, that's how I remember it. So, I don't know. I think there's a lot of Mandela effect stuff in Dwarf Fortress. Like, I think people are going to be asking me, are building destroyers fixed and can they destroy doors yet for the rest of my life? And I'm pretty sure that that was never how they worked. But I think that's kind of the way of being a Dwarf Fortress content creator is people, you know, don't play this game as often as they talk about it. Maybe not so much these days. But historically, it was always people didn't play the game as much as they talked about it, thought they knew everything about the game, and then would inform me of why their wrong statement was correct constantly. And then would, like, tell me to use features that weren't in the game because they used a mod for it. So, they are, in fact, some nice cabochons, yes. You have 4 PCs now, 2 of which are laptops, on one of which I have a server for Enshrouded. I get stressed every time I leave the house. You will be robbed, although there's been no robberies in your town for 20 years. That sounds like a very unfortunate anxiety to have. I'm sorry to hear that, because that sucks. That seems really stressful, dude. Let's queue up another round of bedrooms over here. I'm just gonna do like these raised up second floor balcony apartments basically, and then dig around them because I'm quite liking the way they look. I also need to make a mayor's dining hall among other things. Just make sure I got that wall right over on the side. Over here. No, I didn't. It's too close. All right, sweet. So then the next thing I need to do here is I need a dining room for the mayor. Does the mayor have a bedroom? Ermalak. You have modest quarters, which are right here. Kind of want to give you a nicer bedroom because you are the mayor. They're bottom entry houses. I could satisfy chat's demands for building over the volcano. Make that into the mayor's home. Whenever I start to do this, I always like panic for a second that I just have the depth indicators turned off. Because the difference between that and that is like so minimal. So minimal. Okay. Let's just do this. Microcline 162. There we go. We'll do that. I'm going to need to knock that out. I'll build up to the corners, but we'll change that later. Obsidian. And obsidian. We'll do obsidian walls for this. I don't mind obsidian walls. It's making obsidian everything that just starts to drag after a while. And I will do a double thick obsidian wall here, but I will actually cut out half of it. And then those chunks will be filled back in with microcline. And I'll do that side when I can get there. Okay, let's follow somebody who's doing something. Let's follow a Darkened Dawn for a bit. Who's working on quartzite blocks. Taking the long route, it seems. Yeah, I mean, technically I have 3 computers in this room. One is a laptop from 1999. One is a computer from 10 years ago that hasn't turned on in a while. And then the other one is my streaming rig. So I don't actually have that many computers. I think I'm kind of the build one computer for 2 generations or 2.5 generations and then don't build a computer for a while kind of person. Not really super cutting edge on that stuff. The Bone Doctor has created Udil Elbi Ilbim, names it after themselves, and offers it to the trampled machine. So you made a Daysite ring and named it after yourself? Should we give this to a noble chat or do something specific with this artifact? What do you think? The self-titled ring is a Daysite earring, not ring, and offers it to, and all craftworkship is of the highest quality. It is made with baguette cut onyx opals and nice cabochons. They are nice cabochons, and encircled with bands of square brilliant cut onyx opals. This object menaces with spikes of Daysite. On the item is an image of Cathutha, the Spurting, the Minotaur in Daysite. Cathutha the Spurting is traveling. The artwork relates to the wandering of the Minotaur Cathutha the Spurting in the beloved Frost in the mid-spring of 199. On the item is an image of Peaceful Curls, the Fist of Shade, the Green Glass Floodgate in Horsebone. On the item is an image of Ship Theaters, the large slick metal gauntlet in Water Buffalo Bone. Make the creator a messenger and assign it to them. Could do that. I very rarely assign messengers. Also, for those of you who missed the blog post or just don't know, I have lifted the... Excuse me. I have lifted the no backseating rule. You are allowed to backseat me. I just reserve the right to completely ignore you. which I think is a fair trade. Puts on a truly splendid item. And there you go, man. This guy's got one hell of a carpenter beard. Wasn't Peaceful Curls an artifact from Fire Orb? The sleek metal thing, yeah. Yeah. I mean, most of the named like god metal items are from Fire Orb in this fort. The vast majority of them, even. My hair care routine is I wake up and I brush it sometimes. And how do I sleep with it? I untie it and flip it over the back of my pillow and forget it's there, and then wake up and brush it sometimes. And once a week, I wash it with shampoo and I rinse it every day that I sweat. I don't really have a hair care routine. Some migrants have arrived. Also, I totally forgot that these notifications exist for hunters. We got Titana Metalsmith. I don't know. Like, we have outdoor blueberry bushes down here? Oh, wow. I guess there is some stuff where stuff would actually give fruit. That's kind of exciting. Another blacksmith who's buffeted by others' emotions. Another bone doctor. This one, dreams of mastering a skill. Disregards loyalty. Poor analytical ability, disdains martial prowess. Well, crap. Okay, fine. Hey, look, a baby chicken. It's a chick, 0 years old. And a baby alpaca. Fortunately, it's not a fire alpaca. No art happening here today. You're dutiful, quick to despair, and ungrateful, but you have good intuition. She does dream of crafting a masterwork someday. Is quite ambitious, often nervous, and finds helping others emotionally rewarding. Also have Suxul, who's a fisher dwarf. A high master fisher dwarf. Am I not fishing in this fort? I thought I was. Oh, I see. I just don't have many. And I think I also need to assign a fishing zone then. Let's actually just jump down here. That's not the... What? The game seems to think this is the lowest zone on the map. That is not correct. All right. Oh, probably because I was in the wrong corner of the map. That right there is a water zone, but I'm going to make this right here also a fishing zone. Hopefully no more cave crocodiles come out of it, because we had a cave crocodile pop out of here, but... Is there food down here I can harvest? Dead pigtails? Jeez. All the stuff's dead down here. I got more animals I gotta place down here, so let's just go boop, 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 boop. There. Done. Hair braid here. I've never bothered to learn how to braid my own hair, and so thus my hair hasn't been braided since my older sister did it the last time she did it. I don't even have a... Basically, if you have a specific type of item you want artifacts made out of, or as like a specific type of artifact, like if you want a lot of weapon artifacts, start with a weaponsmith skill. I don't even have a tavern yet, and we're on what, year 2? Exclamation point goal will tell you the year that I started this fort. Yeah, so 2 years. I haven't even made a tavern yet. It's quite the migrant wave again. Whose yours is thicker than hers? Well, there you go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't do anything with my hair really. I brush it. That's it. I used to have a hair straightener, or more accurately, my ex claims she used to have a hair straightener, or my ex claimed she had a hair straightener even though she had shorter hair than me. And then she took it when she like moved out, which is weird to me because she literally had like a buzz cut at the time. I didn't notice until after she'd moved out, and I've just been too lazy to rebuy one. I used to straighten my hair occasionally for like formal events, but pretty infrequently. The fuck? She had a lot of wigs. You know, cosplay nonsense. Okay. And yes, I'm aware I'm going over top of the floors. That's okay. I'm literally going to go back and delete the individual tiles once I'm done with this. It's faster this way. Yeah, at one point I had a hair straightener and a blow dryer, but I just never bothered to rebuy them. Also, hello again, YouTube chat. Sorry I'm so inactive on the YouTube chat today. It's been a long week. I'm actually really tired. Like, I put a lot of time and energy into the video I uploaded today, so I'm just like kind of going right now. Fortunately, it's still doing okay. I hope it makes it to my goal of at minimum 10,000 views. I really hope it does. The premiere went well, so that's good. Also, I just have to say this. I think this is kind of amazing. The most surprising and shocking thing to me about today's stream. The gift sub leaderboard, full. Not a single bit cheered yet. That is genuinely kind of shocking to me. Because normally it's like the bits leaderboard's like mostly full with like $1 cheers, and then like slowly the gift sub leaderboard will catch up. With today, nope. It's all the other way. I'm in a ad break real quick, so I'm just gonna do some construction stuff while this Ziad runs. Also, streaming video games for like 10 hours a day doesn't give me any wrist issues. Editing videos kind of did. Like my right wrist hurts, which is wild. Like you'd think I click more while streaming, but apparently not. That's why I did it in the opposite order for the first half, but you don't want the 2x2 rooms? So don't make 2x2 rooms. What? I did pinwheel rooms once. That was in Waterlungs, where it was kind of like this triangular pattern. It was very tedious and time-consuming to build them, but they looked really cool. Yeah, also, if you're just making squares, it helps to just, like, put the furniture in different spots if you want interesting-looking bedrooms. 31st of July is payday. Okay, I don't get it, but what does that have to do with subs versus bits? Payday or not, the bits leaderboard is usually the first one to pick up. You think it will pop off? I highly doubt it. It'd be nice, though. Although I guess it depends on your definition of pop-off, because my definition of pop-off is like 100,000 plus views, so it would be nice, though. Quick question. Now that ads are done, you were scanning my videos to find used clothing stockpile with no luck. Make a refuse pile and add clothing to it. Because refuse stockpiles only get trash put into them, so only things that are degrading. So if you add low-quality clothing, or just any quality, just don't put artifact clothing into them, obviously, or masterwork. But if you do, like, the two bottom qualities, because dwarves unclaim those pretty frequently, then any used clothing that isn't owned by a dwarf gets automatically dumped into the stockpile. And also, the thing that refuse stockpiles do is they make stuff degrade significantly faster. Or just put cabinets in every bedroom so they can put their used clothing away. Because dwarves need cabinets in bedrooms to be able to put their stuff away. But you are correct. I don't actually have a tutorial on that. That's one of those things where it's like, I just kind of don't bother. Or I'm probably just not going to bother ever making a tutorial on that because I waited too long. If I did that in the first, like, month of December, then it would have made sense, but... You know, chat, you having the username chat is going to make my life very difficult because I refer to the group of people in my chat room as chat all the time. Do you do this intentionally? It's almost as, like, you might get tagged almost as often as I get tagged because people constantly say, oh, streamer's playing blind or whatever when I'm watching other streams, and so I constantly get tagged when I'm not actually being talked to. Who are you honking at? Come on, man. What's up, Shark Jumping Walrus? Chat in chat. Yes, chat is chatting in chat. Oh god, chat, I need help with this, chat. And I will check this monthly. And if the number of... I think empty means not constructed, is less than 15, I'll make 30. Same with this. True. Also, yeah, the word stone. You know, here's the thing. I have a question. This could be taken, or not really a question, more of a statement in response to this Cossack. Regional pricing is completely fair. It should be on every platform. If you live somewhere where the equivalent to the US dollar minimum wage is like $1 or $2 an hour, you should pay significantly less. I get the same percentage cut of whatever you pay. It's perfectly fair. So if you're paying about $1 US, I get about 50 cents. But that's totally fine because that is the way it should be. I want as many people to be able to subscribe to my channel as humanly fucking possible. So it doesn't matter if you're paying 25 cents or $7, right? I would rather it be cheaper for you than bankrupt you, right? So you say how good or bad is Twitch's policy? It's perfectly fair, and it's the way it should be. Even though it's like causing some turmoil for people in Turkey, but it's like, okay, so if you want people to pay more, have an off-platform option, right? If you want to give me more money, you can very easily do that via my blog, right? If you have a credit card, you can subscribe to my blog for $3 a month, $7 a month, or more if you want. And that is a direct way of giving me money if you want to know exactly how much I get, because I get everything but Stripe fees, which is minuscule. Those will be done soon. Even though we're skirting along the hairline of, like, running out of booze and food, but hey, we're not dead, so it's fine. And thanks, Kravicus. Glad you enjoyed it. Please share it. Tell other people to watch it. And if anybody's posted it on Reddit, let me know. And I'll go upvote it. Let's get that done and then get this done. Whoops. Don't want to use the closest thing.
Didn't realize this was off.
Yeah, they, like, if a sub runs out, Twitch doesn't generally tell you. Well, they sort of do, but thank you very much for the 6th month. Welcome back. It's good to have you. There you go, Suited. There you go. Fortunately, my renderer didn't screw up. It was very much the YouTube compression that, like, wrecked the look of the video, but it is what it is. Okay, so I'm going to give it to named dwarves primarily. The reason you don't need to do this manually, I just do it manually so that I know how many more bedrooms I need to make. Gives me a pretty good idea, and I like to give the dwarves with names bedrooms first, because, you know, people wait and want to check in on their dwarves, so I want their dwarves to be slightly happier. And we'll just let the rest get claimed by anybody. We'll give one to the messenger, maybe. There's going to be loads of tutorials. This is true. Boom Boom has like cataloged many, many, many random tips in Dwarf Fort. You mostly watch on YouTube? Really? You know, I'm totally fine with people watching on YouTube. What I'm not fine with is when they have different names on YouTube and Twitch. And then somebody tunes in on YouTube, or vice versa, and says hi and acts like I should know who they are. And I'm like, sorry, mate. I got no idea who the fuck you are. I can't keep... And then they have a different name on Discord. And it's like, God damn it! Please, like, unify your branding if you want me to know who the hell you are. You don't know what to name. Is Groot okay? I think. I mean, you can name a dwarf Groot. A beardy dwarf named Groot. Chat, what kind of dwarf would Groot be? Would Groot be a woodcutter? What's my go-to solve for the acquire object need? Make a full set of new clothing. Make a bunch of clothing or a bunch of crafts. If they're super greedy, then they might need like an item assigned to them. Make them into a low-end noble and give them a thing. A planter? Do I even have any planters? Nope. Also don't have any farmers. What's a wood burner? It's not exactly right. Spinner, beekeeper. I don't have any dedicated planters. Maybe that's why I'm so low on food. Is there a dwarf that's currently planting? We could go from time and circumstance. Nope. All right, how about this? Who's the dwarf with the highest planter skill? That isn't named. Udil is. Udil is an adept planter. Who's also my messenger. And also a doctor. Alrighty, Groot. I'm sorry for the memes that are going to be caused because of you being called this. He is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture or appearance. He is sloppy with his living space and has a sense of duty. He doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and he can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. He tends to think before acting, and he rarely feels discouraged, often acts with compassion and tries to do things correctly each time. He could be considered rude, and he has a sense of humor. He is slow to anger, and he occasionally overindulges. He prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and personally finds the pursuit of art to be silly and thinks... he sees the whole pursuit of art is silly and thinks it is of the utmost importance to present a bold face and never grouse or complain, or even show emotion, and does not particularly value the truth. He likes basalt and red beryl, as well as clear glass. The water buffaloes for their wallowing and nightmares for their unfathomably horrifying nature. And the sight of the glittery style, and when possible, prefers to consume raccoon and pear cider. And absolutely hates toads. That's kind of funny. I'm not a big fan of Guardians of the Galaxy, but that is kind of funny. You're also in love with Neezer, who's the militia commander. Because no food. There you go. Yeah, why don't you DoorDash groceries to yourself then? That seems like a very roundabout thought process of a way of acquiring a pizza. Why don't you just have a pizza day? But anyway. I'm sure these will all get claimed very quickly. Got another lead chest there. That's a very fancy one. 2 more fancy cabinets. They're all getting encrusted with polished stones. Because you love to see it. Lots of doors are also getting encrusted with polished stones. I should make hatches. It's the other thing I really need. Just put hatch covers in these. This space over here, which is going to be the mayor's home. And currently has snow on the floors. Which isn't optimal, but, you know, we'll have to clear that out. I think what I could do is just dig up a layer right here, maybe. And just go over to here and we'll build a roof on it. Oh, where you buy food doesn't do DoorDash? Gotcha. Well, that's good. Less places should do DoorDash, to be honest. I think I'm going to put 2 tables. Maybe 3 tables. 3 tables and a statue in the corner. And this is going to be the mayor's office, we'll say. So that they can start conducting meetings in a better setting, which is good for the mayor's mental health. Let's do quartzite for the door. And this can be a office. It's going to go across to there. Oops. It's not enclosed because I had it set to do multi. Office. And this can be the mayor's, which is Ermalok. Curious about how you feel about your office, Irma. It's not good enough. Well, I mean, there's nothing in it so far, so I guess that's fair. Who is an accomplished siege operator? Because DoorDash is a terrible middleman. They should be like more like Save On, or I think it's Fresh Street, that has their own delivery service, and don't use DoorDash because it's just adding a middleman to make things more expensive for no real logical reason. Whereas there are quite a few grocery chains, at least around here, that do have delivery services, but also alongside of having delivery service, they do it themselves. So you don't have to worry so much about, you know, waiting for such things. I'm also going to go into hunters here, and I'm going to let's make Grandpa a hunter. Hunter Grandpa. And Avus. And I'm going to check my leather. Got 4 tanned hides. I don't actually think I have... No, okay. I do have a tanner's shop. So I'm going to make 4 quivers. Let's make 3, so I have 1 left. Sorry, whose donkey is this? Okay, I have a donkey. We're going to eat that donkey. For $10 a bag? I mean, sure, totally. But I still maintain that DoorDash and, like, Uber Eats are not really a good service. They're one of those things that seems like a good service, sort of like Netflix used to. But they're not on your side. Kind of deal. Why are they called gold nuggets, but I can't... It's called... Okay, whatever. We're going to eat that donkey? We are. We are definitely going to eat that donkey, okay? We don't need that donkey. That donkey gone now. It's best for everybody. Muskox is fighting. Oh. Napalm, how go the fights? Return kill. That's what I'm talking about. It's been a while since we've done this. I really hope one day we can get a little animation of them dragging the corpse. Because that would make a lot more sense than it just like disappearing under their hat or something. That seems like a really... You know, I'm going to be honest with you. Bastet, I would never buy that. Unless you're buying... Like, if you're buying frozen, that makes sense. But to me, that makes almost no sense. Like, why would you buy a bag of pre-chopped vegetables? Just buy a bag of vegetables. Just buy vegetables, even. Like, that seems silly. It's frozen? Yeah, that's not good. Not a fan, personally, but you live your life. Okay, let's go back up to here and type in bars. And let's do silver goblets. Well, I'm saying for me personally, like other people can do what they want with their lives, but I personally feel that that's not a good way to go. Especially like buying pre-frozen stuff, because you're paying more for lower quality that you could just prepare yourself. Like if you want frozen foods, okay, buy large quantity of fresh, prepare it yourself and put it in the freezer. Like you are not conscripted. You are a hunter, though. You actually showed up with the hunting skill pre-assigned. Still a bookkeeper. That can't be good quality. But, you know, Bastet, we've had these conversations before where you say something, I disagree with you and say I wouldn't do it that way. And you're allowed to say, okay, well, I do it that way. But the way these conversations go, because the way you drive them, is it always turns into, but it's this. It's like, I already said that it doesn't matter if we disagree on this. Can we just move on? I think that's a bad way to go. But you can live your life the way you want to live your life. That's fine. Are you looking for this one or this one? Those are the two. Frozen vegetables are terrible quality and taste like nothing. They're also not as good for you because they're grown in hothouse. So, a lot of frozen veggies also have artificial coloring. Anyway. A hothouse. It's called a greenhouse that's heated with artificial lights. Sorry, I think frozen vegetables are terrible. All right, I need to go to work orders because we are actually hunting, and I need to go to sieges and forbidding. Forbid used ammunition during sieges. Go to stocks, and go to ammo, and then just tunk. Unforbid all the ammo. Yeah, I mean, the last time I bought frozen anything, I bought a mixed bag of veggies, and half of them were brown. Like, straight up rotten. But, like, you know, if that's how you want to live your life, then okay. But stating because it's cheap isn't going to make me change my mind. You're talking to the guy who specifically goes to a produce place that sells only fresh produce that's in season. And also, I only buy produce in the winter to begin with. Because the rest of the season, well, what's the point? Terrified while in conflict. Not even that upset. I mean, I bought a canning setup this year, Cal, so that's what I'm going to be doing. My tomatoes are getting canned. I was telling my little sister this weekend, because it was her birthday, that I bought a bunch of stuff for canning, and she goes, oh, so that's what we're getting for Christmas this year? I'm like, how'd you know? That's a dehydrator is the thing that I want, but... Because last year everybody got sauerkraut and hot sauce, and they might still get sauerkraut. Maybe not the hot sauce, though, because I want to keep that for myself. Okay. Let's see how the elephant tender is doing. Hauling out obsidian. I might need to take you off of this job. Do I do pickling? I've never pickled anything before. I generally ferment stuff. I've done a lot of fermenting. I've got quite a bit of experience with fermenting. Nope. No, I did not. When did you post it? That's one of the few channels I almost completely ignore. Seems like other people have seen it, so... if it was earlier today, I woke up and turned my stream on today. But why? Could you give me the TLDR version? Or do you want me to stare and read that wall of text? Because I did just skim over it. I don't really feel like reading a wall of text at this exact moment. But no, I did not see it. Meeting an exciting life. You'll do the TLDR, okay? I mean, if they're missing, they're dead. That's the easy answer. But yeah, my mom has a dehydrator, and she makes me jealous because she dehydrates chili for camping and dehydrates yogurt, which comes out kind of like the texture of Starbursts. Which has become one of my favorite foods is dehydrated yogurt. Interested remembering a fine door. Must have been a really, really exceptional door. Kind of don't want you just sitting here making blocks. I am not going to stream canning. No. I've said this a million times, YouTube chat, via YouTube chat specifically. I do not and will not ever share my off-stream hobbies in a live format because then I won't have hobbies anymore. I don't play video games anymore in my free time because it's my job now. I enjoy gardening. It's my me time. I enjoy cooking. It's my me time. And I enjoy music. It's generally my me time, except for the stuff I stream before the streams. So, no, I will not. I will never do that, just like I will never stream my cassette tape repairs and record player repairs because it's me time. I dedicate 60 plus hours of my life a week towards creating content for you guys, and the few hours I have to myself, fuck off, they're mine. Sorry to be blunt, but it's the reality. And I do dry stuff. I dry all my own herbs every year. I look like an Animal Collective guy, as in like the band. Not really, if it's who I'm thinking of. I do like King Gizzard though. Valid. Yes, I know, I agree. Very valid. Just because I live stream as a full-time job doesn't mean that I need to dedicate every single minute of my entire life to it. So, because it turns out there's only one boss that's more toxic than yourself, and that is your audience. And I love you guys. You guys are fantastic. You're not a very good boss. Because if you guys had your way, I would never have any time to myself, period. Which is something I do still value in my life. I dry my own herbs. I have a massive basil patch outside. What do you think I said? Well, let's do obsidian roofs. How does one dehydrate yogurt? You take yogurt and you put it in the dehydrator. It's a pretty straightforward process. But no, if you want to get chunks of my hobbies and things like photos and stuff, is this Stockholm Syndrome? No. Well, I don't love you guys, but I love the fact that you pay my paychecks. I don't know any of you individually, so I actually don't love any of you. I'm kind of indifferent to your existence, but I'm happy that there is large numbers of you and the fact that you guys cover my paychecks. If you do want to get like glimpses of my hobbies, though, I recommend following my blog and subscribing to one of the tiers for a couple bucks because I do occasionally post write-ups specifically for paying members on my blog, which can be found in the description of the YouTube stream and in chat right now, because Salva just posted it. Herb. Herb. How else are you supposed to pronounce the word herbs? I think that you're just from California, Salva. Like, literally, I'm pretty sure that is just what's happening here. That's a very, very, very regional US thing. If anything, I would almost say it's a Valley Girl thing. It's just like certain parts of the U.S. can't say the word wolf. They say woof. Or roof. It's roof. Pardon? Excuse me? It's just like parts of Canada say a boot instead of about. Regional accents, mate. No, you live in the valley? Nailed it! One of my favorite ones is growing up, I knew this kid named Jacob. And he wasn't Polish, but his dad and mom were. And so he was born and grew up in Canada, Canadian citizen. But he had a Polish accent because of his parents, right? Spoke Polish at home and stuff. And he couldn't say the. He would say duh. He couldn't do the th. In any word in English with a th at the beginning of it, he couldn't say it. And I was like 12 at the time. I thought it was the funniest thing in the world. And once he asked his dad to try and say it because like I kept teasing him about it. Not like in a mean way. We were good friends, but because I kept teasing him about it. And he asked his dad to try and say the, and he just said, "Ah, fuck off." That's literally his response. Memorable moment of my life. It was fairly unexpected. Sir, you need to get out more and talk to people from different places. It's very educational. It's a really good way to learn about people. Your dad used to say fuck instead of truck? Intentionally? I mean, I say aw fuck every time I see a truck. So, I mean, I guess that's fair. You say hurt with a silent H. Ert? I mean, depending on the region, yeah, I could see that. That hurts real bad, eh? But, like, Canadians would say that, too. It sounds like a Minnesota thing. Oh, your cuz. Okay, fair. I read over that too quickly. My brain auto-corrected something I didn't read. You have a friend named Herb? Well, Herbert? Okay, I mean, Herbie. Herb. Yeah, that's fair. Minnesota? Okay, checks out, yeah. Because to me, a silent H on hurt sounds like the stereotypical Eastern Canada accent, which is what a lot of people think all of Canada talk like, which is why people don't think I'm from Canada a lot of the time. They think I'm from California or like Seattle because I sound like them. But Eastern Canada has a closer to Minnesota accent, which is what a lot of Canadians get pinned with because it's like the Yukon / like Eastern Canada. And then if you go further east to the Maritimes, and they have a bit of a different speech pattern, and then like Newfoundland's its own bag of worms. less of a bag of worms and more just like a bunch of otters in a trench coat trying to speak English. Dwarf is upset after being out in the sun again, I think. That's why they're dizzy. Thought somebody had moved that out of the... First I heard you didn't realize I was Canadian because you didn't have the accent that Canada's known for. It's like... French accents are more common from Canada than the accent that Canada's known for. Just saying. It's sort of like me being surprised that every single American I speak with doesn't sound like they're from, like, the middle of Texas. Is kind of the equivalent of that there. It's like, if you don't have Southern drawl, are you really American? I don't think so. You don't expect too much cultural knowledge? Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, the minimum I expect from people is cultural curiosity and willingness to be told that they're incorrect if they say something wrong. But I try to expect the same of myself. Sometimes I'm good at it. Why'd you look at that? Someone's eating some muskox steak, and the elephant tender, our expedition leader, is leading a weaponsmithing demonstration. But really wants to lead a more exciting life. Sounds un-American. Yeah, that's why I'm often unimpressed. Also, your name, Bubfire, is really funny, by the way. I'm amused by this. I have porcelain. Do I? I haven't looked at the what stone is turned into porcelain? I literally never do it. But maybe. Is it rhyolite? Nope. Yeah, I can literally never remember what actually is made into porcelain, but probably. Killinite becomes porcelain? Do I have killinite? I'm pretty sure that this has clay somewhere. But I don't know about killinite. I haven't seen killinite anywhere. Nope. But we do have clay on this map. Makes prospecting real easy until you just hit that obsidian wall. You didn't know that existed? Yep, porcelain exists in Dwarf Fort. That's why porcelain thrones are funny with an eye. Grandpa out here. Smelting ore, running around with a crossbow. I love the way that the fancier hats look. What's an easy way to find magma for your furnaces? Dig straight down. Literally. That's it. But you'll also find the cavern layers, so... Progress at your own risk, I suppose. Are we cooking the drinks? I really fucking hope we ain't. Yes, we are. Well, that's part of the problem. That is, in fact, part of the problem. Look up pump stack. I mean, I would say it would probably be easier to just build your furnaces at the bottom, which honestly is usually what I do. But, you know, if you're adventurous, why not? Tower cap bed. Apparently I'm out of beds. A really, really, really nice mayor's bedroom, which is also going to free up some new bedrooms. So right now, maybe Tavern Keeper. And why you right here. Your bedroom is right there. This is going to be somebody else. Give it to maybe Tavern Keeper because you need a bed. I'm going to go over here and I'm going to make a bedroom, which is just going to be this. And okay, not that corner though. And we'll do down to there. Shouldn't be overlapping. Mayor. And then right here, I'll make into your dining hall, which isn't a dining hall yet, obviously, but it will be. And mayor. So what do you still need for stuff? I think you need weapon rack. Yep. Cheers, Crabhammer. Oh, yeah, no. These pots are just made of dacite, if that's what you saw. And then these are nice pots. I do kind of want to do some stuff with clay, though. I was just kind of surprised when you said porcelain. I was like, what? I don't believe I have porcelain. Okay, let's do rock weapon racks and armor stands. Rock weapon rack. Rock armor stand. Let's just do 45 of each. And we'll make them out of coordinated colors, probably obsidian. Yeah, let's do obsidian. Yeah, I mean, in this fort so far, I've literally just been, like... Oh, man, I should... see. Okay, so chat was asking about a skylight. I should seal off the top of this volcano. And build the tavern in the volcano. I still haven't figured out where the actual front door is going to be. Considering this area over here feels like the best area for a front door, even though I kind of have this area already slightly designated. Although drinks are currently the actual concern here. Okay, I think I just need two more stills. Still a problem, still a threat. Whatever. And then up here, Sag. Throw the gold statue in there. An iron statue over there. We need to do some fun lava projects in this fort, if nothing else. Okay, but how many layers? I can't tell you that. I genuinely do not have an answer for that question. For how deep do you need to dig? For example, in this world, the lava sea is at about layer 30. I know that because reasons. But it depends on the world you've generated. Every world is slightly different. It could be layer minus 200. It could be layer minus 50. It could be layer minus 35. Like, I can't actually answer that question. It's just dig down is the only way I can legitimately answer that question. Sorry for, like, not being able to be more specific, but I literally can't be more specific. It's not like Odd Realm where every map is 32 layers tall. Actually, I think he updated it to 64. Anyway. Rakus, the spinner, is putting stuff away. Drinks are still kind of an issue, but I'm just hoping these extra shops can assist. Oh, are we just out of stuff? Is that the problem? Stuff is being harvested as fast as we're brewing it. I get it. You're so bad at it. Yeah, I mean, it's something that you just have to work at slowly, right? It's the unpredictability of the world gen is actually what makes it interesting. Especially when you start working with things like advanced world gen, and that's what I did with this map, right? So this map is like generally way thinner because of the advanced world gen, because this is in the same world as that video that I made. But you know, lava powered water wheels are impossible even if they're made. Okay, so lava doesn't ever generate flow. Boom, boom. So yes, they're impossible. You could definitely put lava safe water wheels into lava, but it's a waste of time because they don't. It doesn't flow like a river does. Although that's probably something, and this is me speculating, probably not too difficult to mod. This is YouTube's very helpful insights into the performance of my videos so far. Views are up 66%. More regular viewers are choosing to watch this video, and they're watching longer than usual, helping to increase its reach on YouTube recommendations. It's like, it's the most... I'm Captain Obvious on the fucking planet. Thanks, YouTube. Dwarf's drowsy? And this is nice here. Let's give these dwarves their walls back. Video is good because it's good and people like it and are watching it more, is basically all the information they ever give you. And it's like, okay, like, but why did you even bother telling me that? Because I literally learned nothing from this. Nothing of value was really learned from this knowledge that you're supposedly providing me with. I think I'll put some bedrooms along here. It's still a single layer above the lava. Yeah. So we can do some bedrooms along here. You got your caravan on the volcanic island, then you should be fine. Although the first 2 are guaranteed, so after year 3, you'll actually know if you're going to be getting them consistently going forward. It takes a little bit to catch up. There we go. Brewing more wine. Also, how many miners do I have? I have 3. Let's make 20 iron picks. I keep on forgetting that I actually have metal in this embark because I played for so long without any. I also need a military area. Which, again, I have no idea where to put that. This was going to be the kitchen. Most of the dwarves are sleeping. Okay, that makes sense. Still leading weaponsmithing demonstrations. Hot damn, dude. Even Budgie's hanging out. Look at that. I like that Budgie's just running around carrying his totem, which is the symbol of being a messenger. Let's go cloth. How are we doing on cloth? 61 cloth. Okay, we really need to increase cloth production. Do I have a process plants job? I do not. Okay. Process plants. I think I should probably move farming underground. That or build a farming zone. Question is, where would I farm? Okay, I'm going to go up to here. Is that my only clothes shop? I think it is. Okay, so I'm going to go up to here, and I'm going to... We're going to dig down here. Deconstruct you, deconstruct you, deconstruct you, deconstruct you. There is no reason to not do that. The reason to do the vast majority of things you do in Dwarf Fortress is aesthetics or I want it to look this way. That is the vast majority of the reasons why you do anything in Dwarf Fortress. It is a game about just making shit that you think looks cool. If you think it looks cool, go with Armok and make it that way. If you don't think it looks cool, don't do it. Aside from like nobles that require high value rooms. But once they're dead, who cares? I will always be a wee bit confuddled by the way people ask a lot of questions about Dwarf Fortress. Because for me, it's like, it's kind of a given. It's like the base assumption upon playing the game that a lot of things are done purely because of aesthetics. So I guess I'm always a little bit amazed that people think it's not that way. Because I'm just so used to it being that way. Okay, so are we making picks yet? Not quite yet. But I'm going to go into here and we're going to assign any dwarf with any kind of skill in mining as a miner. Maybe even some that aren't. You can't help but min-max. If Dwarf Fortress is a game that you are trying to min-max, you're going to drive yourself insane. But some people play this game that way. It's a game that's designed to be the antithesis of that. Like, it's literally built to be impossible to min-max. Like, you'll never be able to achieve all of these needs on a dwarf, just as an example. So if you try to min-max this game, you're going to go crazy. And also, the thing that you should actually be min-maxing is making sure that dwarves have time to take a break. Because if you have them working all the time, which is usually fits into a lot of people's definition of min-maxing, what's going to end up happening is a lot of dwarves are going to be pissed and hate you because you are making them work all the time. So realize that this is a game that is designed to make you mad if you want everything to be done in a very specific way. Yeah, because you can't. That's why you can't figure it out. What's up, Zombie Mike? Like, it's like the way I describe this game to people is it's like it's either fantasy Mad Libs or like a role play simulator. Like it's you're sort of playing D&D with yourself. And yeah, you can min-max D&D, but that by default makes you a bad person. It's about the narratives that it generates based on their imperfections, not about creating perfections. But it is a flexible enough game that it can be played as a min-max simulator if you really want that. It just will always baffle me how many people want that. Zombie Mike, thanks for the second month with Prime. Greatly appreciate it. Welcome back, dude. Not totally sure why that Mason is just standing there, but... Chat, can I get a round of beers for Zombie Mike? I don't play D&D because I don't like playing games with other people. But, you know, if it works for them, it works for them. I was just trying to come up with the quickest example I could think of. Did I breach the caverns? It was one of the first things I did, yes. The ending was epic in the last video. Hell yeah. Glad you liked it. Alright, let's... I think this will force them to clean it up. The snow, that is. What's this a statue of? Godin Town Walls. Godin Town Walls, the dwarf by Snail, is making a plaintive gesture. The artwork relates to the moment when Einod beach coasts cursed the dwarf Godin Town Halls to take the form of a skink-like creature. It's always that one god cursing somebody, and then that's just a slug. It's a statue of a slug. Beautiful statue of a slug, but still just a statue of a slug. It's one of your favorite 4 stories. Hot damn, dude. It's high praise. Probably get rid of these two. Slowly cutting back on all of the workshops that I have. Let's do quartzite floors for these ones. These will be quick to build, fortunately. Did I do a boulder? I think that was a boulder. I'm just going to rebuild it because I can't fully remember. I also totally missed your story, Rick. Apparently. Had a squad go raid us and had a soldier get captured. Multiple missions to save has failed. And now he's last known to be traveling. Sounds like he defected. Or he's stuck right off map and you can like... what's the word? If you're using DF hack type and retrieve... stuck something. But, I mean, that happens. The characters can defect. There's just no way for the game to actually inform you that it's happened. So he may have betrayed you. That would be my assumption. Sometimes you just gotta stand around. When there's multiple social locations, I don't know about that. Although I do need to embiggen this a little bit. I'm just going to embiggen this dining hall. This dining hall is connected to that guild hall. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And this is all connected to this guild, so it'll increase the value of said guild. Yeah, so when citizens get, like, was it goblins or elves that did it? Because if it was one of those, it's likely they just converted him to their side. It's no longer one of yours. I really hope that this doesn't just cause ice to appear. That would actually be kind of a bummer. Because I'm going to start dumping buckets of water over here. Let's just make 25 bone crafts, and once this craft workshop is done here, I'm going to queue up making totems. Okay, let's see. Is this going to just cause ice to appear? Our dwarves fishing. Do I have a fishery shop right now? Okay, I don't. Because of where why am I in this screen? It's under farming, right? Fishery, yes. Down into the caverns we go. I don't know if they've caught anything. Oh, no, they are. Okay. I do, in fact, have raw cave fish. Okay, sweet. So that means I can go back up here. You know what? Screw it. Let's actually make this into a kitchen. That's a floor. Okay. Still have the wrong setting ticked. Food stockpile can be that. Quartzite can be the flooring for the kitchen itself. It was elves? Yeah, he's likely converted. He's likely joined them. That or just the game bugged out horribly. It's like one of the two. It's like either game bugged out horribly or he got converted and joined them. But I'm glad that you guys have liked the video. The positive feedback is encouraging. But my god, that video took a long time to make. Like, I talked about this after the premiere was done, but it is likely, if I want to keep making videos like that, which I kind of do, because I feel like it's what YouTube wants me to be making. If I do videos like that, I will straight up need to just take like 5 days off of streaming to make one, because I didn't get a weekend this week. I basically started working on it. Serious Elsa's beard or no beard? What kind of dwarf do you like? I started working on that video on Thursday night. I did the first couple minutes of editing, and I wasn't done until 11 o'clock at night on Monday or Tuesday. Yeah. Any unnamed dwarves? Tons. Well, the problem is money, right? Because I put about 34 hours of work into that video, plus that was from 50 hours of footage. If I'm making videos at that scale, it has to be financially viable. That's the problem. So either the video has to perform or something on the YouTube channel needs to change. Any militia goobers yet? I haven't made a squad, but I probably should. These are the dwarves queued up for the militia. So if you'd like Kulet or Endok, I could give you one of those. Unfortunately, long-term investments aren't exactly a viable thing to depend upon in the content industry. Endok looks good. Cool. Especially when you're talking about gutting or removing your main source of income for a week to do something that, like, currently that video will make me like $8. So we'll see, you know? If it keeps building, then it's worth it. Otherwise, the releases will just be way less consistent. So, Serious Celsius. Your name is Serious Celsius, right? What constitutes a Serious Celsa? He is impervious to the effects of stress and is trusting, is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is slow to anger. He finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he's conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He is quite ambitious, and he tends to think before acting. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he is very humble, and he tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will be the one that comes to pass. He doesn't often feel envious of others and doesn't cling tightly to ideas and is open to changing his mind. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and is quite polite. I think I'm going to start up military now because we do have 61 dwarves. He personally hates those who wield power over others and believes that peace is always preferable to war. Respects perseverance and doesn't care if others take the time to master skills, and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes hornblende and copper and yellow glossier, as well as the color dark olive, leggings, and traction benches, and capuchin men for their social nature. And the sight of the couple of bewildering, and when possible prefers to consume king snake and parsnip plants and soft wheat beer. And he absolutely hates oysters. Okay, what am I out of right now that I can't? Still requires unrotten fermentable plants. My God. That's okay. It just came out this morning. We'll probably return to DF soon. Quite a long... what, the video? I mean, the video is quite a long one, yeah. I mean, it's a whole fort in an hour and 15 minutes. From beginning to end, 50 hours of footage. You don't care too much about mastering skills, but that's fine. It's just the active training you won't enjoy that much. You're a former member of the Green Bells. You've got quite a few relations in the fort, actually. And you worship several gods. I mean, Noid is a long game, too, if that's what you're suggesting. I'm in an ad break at this exact moment. So I'm going to go toss my cup of coffee into the sink because it is empty. And I keep picking it up, and it's driving me nuts. I'll be right back. Does liking do anything these days? On YouTube? Of course it does. Jeez. It's like, it's sort of like anything that you can do to interact with a video on YouTube is good. So in order for a YouTube video that takes, 40 hours for me to be worth making, this is what it needs. Well, first off, you have to put down the initial investment of starting to make that type of video so that people start to look for that type of video, right? That's the first thing that needs to happen. So you need to make the initial investment and time to start making that type of content. That's the first thing. Second thing that you need is, at least for me, if it takes me 40 hours to make a video, I need to figure out if it's worth it to take a week off stream and just make the video, or if it benefits me more to upload significantly less and do it in the evenings and weekends, which would burn me out quicker, right? I'm one person. I have help with art. That's pretty much it. I get feedback from some of my viewers, but that's basically it. I am a one-person show here. And because I am a one individual, producer of things, it needs to work within the budget. And for me, my budget is time. So there's kind of a lot of things that need to line up in order for making stuff like that to be even. I probably already have some... I'm bipolar, so if that counts as a multiple personality disorder, I'm way ahead of you. Yeah, I don't know. It's not quite multiple personality disorder. My little sister had multiple personality disorder, and it sounded like it sucked, so... Well, start doodling then, Zombie Mike. Has anybody tried filling that? Do I not have a water source? Do I not have any bucket? I guess I need buckets then. Let's just make 5 buckets. But yeah, it turns out success in this industry requires being mentally ill, so... And I am already successful, just not making the exact type of content that makes every single person happy all of the time, but that is okay. It's impossible to please everybody. But no, basically, in order for a video like that to be worth it, it needs to get 100,000 views a video. And I know that sounds like a lot, but the reason I say that is because at that point, it would be making enough that I could justify hiring help to help. That's really what you need for a video like that, or that type of content, is help as a full-time streamer. Because if I just made videos full-time, I could have, I probably, well, one, I wouldn't be doing it full-time on the numbers I get. But if I was just making YouTube videos, it would be easier to justify the higher production quality and higher production cost, because you would build up an audience of people that pay for videos, generally. So like what Krug Smash does, or like what Mandalore does, where are the videos necessarily paying for the work that he's putting in? Probably not, right? But that's why you have a Patreon or some form of that. And the majority of my audience isn't paying for YouTube videos. The majority of my audience is paying for streams, right? So that's where I make my money, is streaming. And that's what I'm good at. And that's what I've always been good at. And that's what I've put, 10 years into building. So because the vast majority of my money comes from streaming, YouTube doesn't even pay my rent. It usually covers my grocery bill and my phone bill and maybe my internet on a good month. But because of that, if I take large chunks of time to work on YouTube stuff, the problem there is now suddenly I'm dedicating hours that are being paid for a certain type of content to a completely different kind of content. Well, I mean, watch time's as important as likes, right? So put it on your watch later list and watch the whole thing. Piggy Gamer, what up? Well, number one, please don't give me money on Patreon. If you want to give me money via my blog, because I get a higher cut there. I should probably deactivate the Patreon at some point. There's no guarantee. Bumfire, right? And remember how I stated earlier. Individual, small numbers of people coming in is fine, right? I haven't noticed any large influx. In fact, looking at my average view count right now, I'm way below where I was 2 weeks ago. So today's actually kind of a not great stream numbers-wise for me on Twitch. I haven't looked at the YouTube stream in a while. What's the YouTube stream up to? 40. Yeah, that's also pretty bad. So from that perspective, it might look like I'm doing really well, but you need to remember, yeah, it's summer. But like, you also need to remember that numbers are relative, and I know my numbers better than you do. So you might be thinking, oh, he's succeeding super well. No, the YouTube channel is doing worse right now than it's done in years. Right? So right now, the best way to bring new people into the streams is just to crank out shorts like a fucking chain gun. I hate shorts. I think it's an awful format of content, and it contributes to people's doom scrolling, and I hate that. And I feel terrible about it. But genuinely, that is the best way to attract new people to a stream right now. Have I ever played with mods? Yep, but I like total overhaul mods because I think that the ones that just add tiny little things don't really do anything for me. It just kind of muddies up the balance of the game, and I'm not a big fan of that. But here's the thing. If you hate shorts, you are actively hurting the YouTubers that you like. Because if you don't watch them, YouTube goes, oh, the highest priority thing for us right now is shorts, which is true. It is the highest priority thing for YouTube. So if this person isn't uploading shorts, we're not going to promote their stuff as much. And if this person's subscriber base doesn't watch the shorts, we're not going to show them the videos that get uploaded by them. And I actually have this problem. A very small percentage of my active subscriber base on YouTube don't watch shorts. And I agree, shorts suck. It's a terrible format. But because they don't watch my shorts, they don't get recommended my video. Which is like... Ah! Anyway, this is what I've been spending the last 2 months figuring out. Shorts can't be made for every type of content. It's too limiting. So be more generic and normal. How you doing, Ben? Last I checked in on the Long Night mod, it had been ported but needed a tile set, and I'm not gonna stream in straight ASCII. One, because I get tired of chat complaining about it, and two, because sorry, I need to make money, mate. I'm not gonna tank my numbers and stream the game in straight up ASCII. Okay, these I can probably get rid of. How are my elephants doing? They're good. 5 and 7 years old. You know, it's funny, and on 4, I'm talking to YouTube chat right now. They say, I like shorts, I watch them, but Pirate Software Channel months ago suggested not to push them to subs. That has been common knowledge for as long as shorts have existed, more or less. If you want shorts to perform, period, do not send them to subscribers. And it's funny that people credit whoever the last big person who said that is as that, but like that's what YouTube recommended when they first made them. They were like, this is a discovery mechanism. And if you want us to push it to as many new people as possible, don't send it to your subscribers. And if it does well, it'll get sent to them anyway. It's time to start playing Fortnite 24/7. Man, Fortnite's so old school. I'm sure there's something new that kids care about these days. Did I ever play Kenshi? Bounced off it super fucking hard. Bought it on Desura back in the day, and then when Desura shut down, I lost my key to it because I wasn't on the ball with that. It was a busy time in my life. And then after Desura shut down, and it eventually came out on Steam, and I was like, well, I don't want to buy the game that I already bought a second time, so I'll wait for it to come out early access and go on sale. And then it came out early access, and the developer almost immediately announced that they were going to work on the sequel, and I was like, well, it's already been 10 years. I can wait another 5 or 10, so I'm good. I'll wait. Arash, the weaponsmith, has claimed a magma forge. I want to say that the first like big name person to suggest not sending shorts to subscribers was the Spiffing Brit. Pretty sure he talked about that like 2 years ago now. Can you bet money on a sword? Who are you betting with? Yep, of course they're cave adapted. They've been cave adapted for a little bit now. It's okay though. We'll work with it. Bet it's a mall. That'd be cool. I don't think I've had an artifact mall in this version, period. I love all the different variants on the caps. You know, I used to really like the hoods, but I think I'm just gonna dedicate full time to caps because they all look so different on the hairstyles. The thing about video games is I tend to stream games that I like watching, Blackwinds. I find Kenshi to be exceptionally boring to watch. So because I find it boring to watch, I'm very unenthused about streaming it. So I would need Kenshi 2 to be very interesting. Did I fail the Metalsmith Guild? Oh, I see. They need a Grand Guild Hall now. Okay, time to make the Guild Hall way bigger. Time to embiggen the Guild Hall. You have to try really hard to make it fun to watch. I think a lot of people just use it as like lo-fi games and chill to watch type thing. It's gonna be made of lead. I do hope it's a maul. That would be an excellent hammer, or just any hammer for that matter. Let's put some statues in. I literally have one table and one throne. 2 thrones. I could make it 2 floors. Yeah, I haven't had a Strange Mood mall in a very long time. Besides, malls are dead these days. I mean, Toys R Us is basically killing them. Although we still have Toys R Us in Canada, but I was trying to think of like a store that malls just haven't been the same since Sears shut down. Yeah, Bed Bath and Beyond. That is a that was what they call those, like the stores that were like the one that would attract other customers to the mall. Whatever those are called. Anchor stores. Thank you. Can you tell I spent a lot of time in malls as a kid? I didn't. I mean, I would say that the way that malls are constructed is it's kind of a good thing that they're dying, because it shows that people are adopting more forward-thinking ways of life, but malls aren't exactly a good thing for society. Yeah, you used to be able to pay for almost anything by check before credit cards were, like, as consistently common. Man, that's a lot of value I need to increase. Amazon is our mall now. Yeah, and honestly, Amazon is worse. Valid point taken. 160. In the supermarket when someone was paying for groceries by check. Yeah, that sounds like a very specific time in history. It'd be very strange if a weaponsmith made a lead piece of furniture or a craft. It's gonna be a weapon, but who's even using a fountain pen? My dad uses fountain pens. Although my parents' business still pays by check. A lead battle axe. I think I'm going to use that to inflate the value of this guild hall, but that's still pretty cool. I'm just kind of sad that it's an axe. It's called Lusselemhigest. Lusselemhigest? And offers it to the trampled machine. So it's a gift for us to keep. So lead battle axe, our craft ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with muskox leather and encircled with bands of muskox bone. This object is adorned with hanging rings of lead and donkey leather. Pretty cool. Bit soft. But I'm going to put it up here. It's not super high value either. Grandpa up here, pretty happy. Didn't feel anything after getting into an argument. The ink spilled and he had to write another check. Jesus Christ. You know, I'm kind of glad that digital payments are a thing now. Very, well, maybe a fancy doorstop. I don't know if we'd quite call it a paperweight. What if I put it back into here? Put it at the back here, and then put a cage in front of it so that they can gaze upon it as they head into the upper floor. Yeah, this is why if you want like weapon artifacts specifically, just like make a weaponsmith guild like immediately. No, it is. It certainly makes sense, which is why I'm doing it. Also, because I do need some high value stuff in here to like actually make it function the way I need it to. I think we'll put gold bars in front of it too to increase the value just ever so slightly more. Do I currently have a display? But yeah, at the end of the day, when it comes to that video, I will make more videos like that, but this video's performance is going to adjust how often I make more videos like that and when I'm going to make the next video like that. Like of that scale. Because I want to make stuff like that because I think that's an interesting direction to go. And it's the only way that I can think to go that works with the way YouTube works right now. But the amount that this video performs is going to dictate what the schedule is going to look like. Army of elephants yet? The elephants are still babies. So no. But it's going all right. They do take 10 years to mature to adulthood, so. Currently, we're just making high-value guild halls because they keep demanding them. Let's do this. How do you get your civ to have creatures for trade besides the basic ones? Luck. They need to have trained them and tamed them in World Gen. Theoretically, if you tame animals enough, then they become tradable, but I've never actually seen that happen myself, so I refuse to believe that's actually a mechanic in the game right now. But it might be, and maybe I'm just silly. Fortress has run out of food. Again! I gather there's nothing to catch then. Because I have several fisher dwarves and... Well, actually... I have 160... Did I not make a fisher shop? I might have just, like, not made a fishery shop. Because I'm over here just, like, babbling. It's my own dumb fault. No, actually, yes to seeds, just no pigtails, no dimple cups, no cave wheat, no sweet pods, and no plump helmets. An army of war tigers once, it was great. Giant war tigers can be a lot of fun. Or just tigers in general. Let's see how this goes. There we go. There's the fish. At least we've still got booze. There we go. Prepare raw fish. Somebody get to it. Then we'll have food everywhere. I might be thinking of jaguars then. There's a giant cat that is war chainable, and then there are some that are not. Like, I can't remember if lions are or not. So is this being claimed by a dwarf? He's going to go eat it? Nope, you're going to go put it in a barrel. Well, okay. There we go. We have food again. Hallelujah. All right. So now that we're in an okay spot, we're going to go get rid of this. We're going to go get rid of this. And I'm going to go up to here and I'm going to say, okay, so we don't have plants still. But at least we have alcohol now. I also just realized why this ain't working. It's because I called it a water source, not a dump zone. Pit pond. I truly am tired today. It really seems that way. I was like, why is nobody using my buckets? I have buckets, but it's because I had it set as the wrong kind of zone. I'm the idiot, not the game. Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I'll be war. But I think I give Dwarf Fortress a lot of free passes for a very specific reason. And that's all of the everything used to be significantly more tedious and less convenient and harder and not as straightforward. And because of that, everything just seems like convenient and simple now. It's like, it's almost like a survivor bias. It's like, oh, Dwarf Fortress is great now. And there's absolutely no problems with it because it used to be so much worse. So for me, it's like, I just like, I gloss over a lot of those issues because it's just, because like, you know, yeah, it would be nice. I completely agree, but my God, it's so much better than it used to be. I mean, I don't understand why pots are still tools, but hey, at least stuff's like ordered in a way that makes some sense now. In the YouTube chat, Angelo just gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? And YouTube chat, you can just like hit the heart button a bunch of times. Thank you very much for doing that. Greatly appreciate you. So much effort being put into just putting stuff away. Okay, so maybe I just need more fishery shops. Because I do have a lot of rock cave fish. I don't know why I made that one out of nice. I'd like them to be color coordinated. Let's also make beds. Even just like 20. Also waiting on those rock pedestals still. Let's make 20 beds. You return in time for festivities? Yeah, and also cutting of fish. We are eating cave fish. This is something I almost never do. Nope, not catch live fish. Prepare raw fish. There you go. We're already onto it. Feet. And up here, this upper layer. I don't think I have any pedestals just yet. Nope. So the entirety of this upper layer is going to get engraved. And then this up here is going to be added into the meeting zone from down below. Which, just as a double check, is the Metalsmith Guild Hall. And it is the Company of Steel. And the Canyons of Coal. I mean, they look like little catfish, so I would assume like catfish. And also, I think I've only had catfish once, and it was a long time ago, so I have like almost no recollection of what catfish tastes like. I mean, I feel like it's probably like anything, where if you cook it correctly, it tastes fine, or great, even. Engraved on the wall is a well-designed image of a marquee-cut gem by Hunter Meyer. It's a purely designed image of a hazel tree by Napalm, and a Napalm rendition of the Glorious Beast, which is the symbol of the trampled machine. I getting lots of shells? I don't think you get those from cave fish, do you? No, you don't get those from cave fish. I generally, if there's shells, I just don't fish. I also just don't fish generally in Dwarf Fort. Okay, what the heck? Just make me a goddamn pedestal, man. Okay, what's the value of this? Uh-oh. A nickel weapon rack in throne room or office. I think I need to eject my mayor. Nickel weapon rack? Why? Why nickel? I don't have nickel. So I have to import nickel. Or just hope you forget. We'll probably just go with the hope you forget tactic. Usually is quite effective. Did they make this just yet? Nope. Can you make a fish farm? I mean, you need a source of water somewhere that has fish in it. So in theory, yes, you could make a fish farm. Also, this is a shame. In order to actually be able to fill this up with water, I have to get lava underneath it. Well, we can do that. Not too difficult. But first I need to wait for the ads to end. Metal beds, no can do. They need to be encrusted with that type of metal. I'm in an ad, so I'm just going to pause. But if they're encrusted with that type of metal, it works. Yeah, and if I sound a little bit pessimistic about the video, it's because I've been doing this long enough that I know that the first one will never perform enough. So. But I'm glad people are liking it, and I'm glad it's currently doing okay. It's not doing incredible, but it is doing okay. It's doing basically the minimum of what I need it to do to be happy with it. But thanks for all the comments and likes, though, because those do actually help a lot. Also, I like this comment a lot that I got on the video. I was playing Project Zomboid while having this amazing tale running on the side, only to be scared shitless by your use of the jump scare violin. I did stick a Project Zomboid sound effect in there. We remember the blockade. His body's still there. You could go download the world and try and find him in, like, you know, adventure mode or something. I guess the way I'm going to do this is this. I need heated floors for my gardens. Turns out. Diabolical. I didn't even think about it at the time. I was like, I need a sound effect. Oh, that's a sound effect I have. Anyway. Yeah, pretty much, right? That's pretty much accurate, Maz. It was perfect. I mean, I didn't orchestrate the blockade. The blockade created itself. We were just sitting in witness of the blockade. Although, the last name of the blockade was just kind of perfect. I can't remember who in chat suggested we name it the blockade. Or somebody exclaimed about how good of a last name it was for what the dwarf was doing, and I was like, well, obviously that's its name now. He's literally let me solo her from Elden Ring. Dwarf would rather walk for 5 days with a stone than grass. I mean, it's about the journey, right? It's definitely just about the journey. Happy to help, Cabzarl. True legend. I mean, it's one of the most memorable, like, non-playable characters I've had in Dwarf Fortress in a very long time, so. And if I discovered that character and named that character and wrote about it on a blog 2 decades ago, it would probably be immortalized in Dwarf Fortress lore. I have those every now and again where it's like, man, if this was like 2006, everybody would know this character. Could just leave the day sight and nice down here. Bloody cold maps. It's always a pain in the ass to do anything with snow. Or water, rather. You know, dwarves are shockingly happy considering only like a third of them have bedrooms. Also, did I set a population cap on this map? I can't remember. It might have like held over from previous. Okay, I do, but we haven't hit it. It's 70. Let's just set that to 100 and 160. Oops, wanted to set that up. Simply too wet, Rusty. You want to take a week off work and just dwarf? I mean, when was the last time you played? Because it does run better now than it's ever run. Putnam's been doing some absolute miracle work on the performance of the game. I think I've got a dwarf that's stuck. No, he's fine. He made it. 2010s? Okay, I know the game's like completely different now. Doesn't surprise me at all that you're rusty, though. Gotta get the magnetite out of here at least. I just want to retire from work. That is the biggest benefit about having this job, getting to make content. It's like it's unreliable, inconsistent, and you're constantly stressed about your long-term future. But while you have this job, you do feel retired, which is really nice. Okay, so before I can finish sealing this, I need these magnetite pieces out of here. They'll get them pretty quick, though. I do, in fact. I'm kind of the Jeff Major or Das Tactic of the current era. Although I don't have the most viewed tutorials, that's still Nucrium. I think his YouTube Steam version Dwarfort tutorial recently hit 1 million views, actually. Which I'm kind of jealous of, not gonna lie. Kind of jealous. Okay, well, all the metal's out. I could wait for them to pull the day sight and nice out, but they can grab what they can grab. I'll put a wall in. A couple thousand. If you're willing to let the game run at 10 frames a second, the highest population, really, Dwarf? The highest population I've ever seen for an individual fortress was 5,000. That was still running at a playable frame rate. But it really depends on the size and shape of the map and the number of overall entities on the map and how often they can see each other. Because the dwarves themselves don't actually use that much frame rate. Or like processing power. It's them seeing each other that uses processing power. What are you doing there, UDK? Can you get out of here, please? I mean, it was kind of expected. I get it. You haven't seen family in a while, but you might be able to see them if you walk out of this room. Waterfalls? Waterfalls do, like, literally nothing to my computer, and in theory shouldn't do much to your frame rate. So I always find that interesting, because I hear that one a lot. Okay, let's chip-chop this wall down. I mean, actually, it's the mist generators usually that do actually impact my fort, but waterfalls in and of themselves, not so much. Oh my god. I didn't really expect that nor see that coming, but here we are. Let's just get rid of these. Kinda didn't even think about that. Well, gotta go dig that out now. Whoops. Hey, I mean, it's having the desired effect. The water melt. The ice melted, you know? So I guess that's good. But now they can't get down here at all, so I guess that's not so good. Because, like, waterfalls impact my frame rate like null. They have, like, no effect. Mist generators, on the other hand, do have an effect. Not a major one, but enough. No, it's all good, Hylam. That is the best solution, yes. Or like underneath a light aquifer. Because it's like minecarts don't impact frame rate, but a minecart running at Mach 10 like non-stop hurts your frame rate. It's things moving really fast indefinitely that hurt your frame rate. Also, I'm kind of curious. How many people are listening to the stream right now? Could I get a round of beers? And thanks to everybody who is hanging out today. It's kind of like my lurker sound off more than anything. There we go. Do that. And then this. And then I'll just make those obsidian blocks invisible. God damn it. Did it immediately. Gonna have to wall this in as soon as this is set to come through. Bridge is open as well. There we go. Okay, so now that... Whoa, that's dangerous. All right, well... I really have kind of caused myself some pain with this, haven't I? Okay, let's do it this way. Well... Because when water freezes and turns into an ice wall, when it melts again, it turns into a 7x7. So I guess what I need to do is just literally sit here and wait for all this water to evaporate. But the problem is that maybe I could dig it out. Maybe I can dig it out. The problem is now it's just a fucking minefield. I always forget how, like, annoying cold maps can be until I play them. Especially trying to surface build on any kind of cold map. Well... How about we do it this way? Now, let's just carve these out. Basically, we're going to go in this way and just let the lava in this way. I think I'll just wall it in. An ice sculpture? No, because the idea here is to melt all of this stuff. I have no interest in putting an ice sculpture right here. I want farms here. And if I put an ice sculpture here, once I put lava down here, it'll melt, and that would upset the dwarves. So instead, what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. So I'm going to wall this off. Try to avoid cold maps. Yeah, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. At least I don't think anybody's died. You know, we still have the right number of people. Well, let's just mine out this. Well, I'll just put a wall there. It's fine. But also, hello, Huntress Zildi. Hope you're doing all right. You know, actually, for as well as the video's doing, my impressions click-through rate is pretty bad. It's below 5%, which is kind of horrible, actually. Which means that people who are seeing the thumbnail aren't clicking it. So it's getting promoted more, and it's getting a further reach, but a lower than average number of people are clicking it. That's unfortunate. To give you an idea, the last video I uploaded had a 27% click-through rate the first day. The one I uploaded before that had a 18% click-through rate the first day, and then the one that I uploaded, that was me saying that things are going to change. Well, actually, that's not true. The last one I uploaded was the news video that had a 4% click-through rate on the first day, and then it dropped, which is why it underperformed so heavily. But the video that I uploaded that was just a picture of my face that said I'm taking a huge risk making this video, that one had like, it was like the first day it was almost 60%, and then it tanked after that from impressions. So it's actually not doing that well. I will never add a clickbaity reaction face because, unironically, those don't do as well as people think. But I did try to be clickbaity in ways that works for other Dwarf Fortress people. Or people that make content about Dwarf Fortress. It just apparently doesn't work for me. That's a shame. Which means, based on the current stats that it has, unless something changes, which could happen, I'm not going to discount that as a possibility. Unless something changes, it'll probably get 6,000 or 7,000 views tops, and then plateau and be done. It's too late once you've uploaded it, Bumpfire. I'll be completely honest with all of you guys. YouTube is the most soul-crushingly horrible fucking platform on this planet next to TikTok. And the closer it becomes to TikTok, the worse it gets. It truly sucks. So, I'd prefer to just make my statement and move on. It is fucking trash garbage. Awful platform. Like, I make content there because I have to, not because I enjoy it. The only good video platform is Vimeo. You upload a video and that's it. No nonsense, no bullshit. What makes TikTok so bad? To give you an idea, if you don't use their software, you won't get views. It is a platform that has literally zero freedom. Everything about TikTok is bad. It is a platform that manipulates you into making exactly the type of content they want you to make, and not content you want to make. Where's the soul in that? Where's the creativity in that? Where's the heart in that? The point of TikTok as a platform isn't to create art or create entertainment. It's to create engagement for their platform. That's what makes TikTok so bad. And, you know, at this point, neither is YouTube. However, at least YouTube pretends that it still is a place to make creative content. I mean, the data collection isn't what scares me. It's more just like it's a social media platform. It's not a video platform, I guess is maybe the better way to put it. It's a platform that creates engagement for the sake of engagement. It's not a platform that creates interesting content, which is why I don't put my stuff on TikTok, because I don't want to take part in that. That sucks. It's funny that you're saying X because I immediately think you're talking about Elon Musk's Twitter. Like immediately. Braga. So any way to turn sand into useful soil for planting? Yeah, because you are digging on surface soil. Go down to the caverns if you want good soil, or put mud on stone for good soil. Sand, you will only ever have as poor soil. Attempt to fast forward using the arrow keys? Oh, you think it's a video? I mean, I try and move up and down layers. While watching the video today, I kept on trying to move my mouse off of the screen. Because I know what my mouse pointer looks like. All right, let's go vertical bars and say gold bars. What's the value here? Okay, we're now a Grand Guild Hall, but our broker sucks, so I don't actually know the value of it. Okay, let's check down here. What are you doing? Oh. Whoops. I don't think ice is a craftable item anymore. It used to be. There was a point where you could use ice as a craftable item. How do I want to do this? Actually, an easy way to do it might be this. If I smooth and fortify each and every one of these, then when this water starts to melt, it'll spread. All of these rocks need to get removed. And then, I guess I could also get rid of the bricks, but... No ice mugs for their beer. Oh, that's bad for the taste of the beer anyway. It's very much a pet peeve of mine is frosted glasses are awful for the flavor profile of a beer. As a beer snob, frosted glasses mildly upset me. Jungle Fort is awesome. You have all the foods. You have all the foods anywhere. It's just you have lots of varied descriptions of food types. Food is not hard to come by in Dwarf Fort. Okay, so I'm going to mine down right here in a moment. Once the last few screw it, we'll just forget these. These have no value. Okay. You should turn around there, Dwarf. Get out of there. Sweet. All right, so now that they're all out of here, I'm just going to put a wall piece right here. And then channel this wall down. Maybe this wall down, actually. I just don't want there to be a chance that a dwarf goes into it and falls. Although, actually, hold on. We should pause this until that these are fortified first. And then I do need to actually get to military. I rode to Four Winds on my bike a couple weeks ago. It took me, like, almost 2 hours. It was a long ride. I took the bus home. They have good tacos. But yeah, ice used to be one of those constructible materials. Now I think it's just bricks. But it was one of those materials that got removed as being constructible because it's really annoying as a construction material for the pretty simple reason of once you start dedicating a lot of time to constructing stuff out of ice, it gets real annoying when, you know, half your buildings suddenly fall apart once a year. It's not exactly like a great long-term solution. Okay, so let's channel this down. Let's channel this down. Okay, I didn't need to fortify those, that's fine. They still have a good look, though, so I might leave them fortified. There we go, that's what I wanted. Sweet. We're going to end up with ice in the corner. And then we just let it drain, which I'm assuming it will. Because this is going to go all the way to the end here. It's just going to infinitely fill. Is that what's going to happen? I'm going to wait for it to finish filling before I do more. Bearded Dwarf, Raikalu. I will allow you to choose. Whoopsies, wrong button. This is the button I need. Any preference on task? Any is fine. How about this here weaponsmith? Congrats on the pool. It's not going to infinitely fill. He is consumed by the overpowering feelings of jealousy, and he can be very single-minded. He generally concerning his actions. He can handle stress, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. Thank you, Benjamin, in YouTube chat. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He is generally unhindered by he's generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he can handle stress. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and often feels lustful. He is somewhat uncomfortable around those that appear unusual or live differently from himself, and he can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. He is rarely happy or enthusiastic, and he is conflicted by this as he values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. He occasionally overindulges, and he tends to be a bit stubborn in changing his mind about things, and when he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek. He often gives his knuckles a good crack when he's thinking hard, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. And YouTube chat, Benjamin says that new YouTube video is really nice. I'm glad that you liked it. When he's thinking, he has a tendency to chew on his cheek, and blah, 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 blah. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way. Ooh, we could chuck you in the military, possibly. Unlike Serpentine, and what's this? Weaponsmith needs to be grand, okay. He likes Serpentine. I think that's how you pronounce that. Black bronze, jasper opal, and clear glass, swordfish bone, rami jasper, and jasper opal, clear glass, and swordfish bone, and rami fabric, and the color pale brown, gems and quivers and horses for their strength, and feather trees for their feathery leaves, and the words of the mindful saffron, and the sound of the silky embrace, and when possible prefers to consume groundhog and carrot wine, and absolutely hates flies. Hey, check. Can we get a round of beers from the new Dwarf? I guess when it comes to me and my takes on sites like TikTok is I make videos and live streams. I haven't logged into Twitter in like 6 months. To the point where like somebody was like, I sent you a message on Twitter, please respond. I was like, I don't use that platform anymore, sorry. So like I kind of avoid social media. So if it's a social media focused platform, I don't want to use it. And it's how I've been feeling more and more and more about YouTube recently because of its decidedly specific focus on shorts, because it just feels like social media, which is fake and manufactured versus like rewarding creativity. He personally sees life as unfair and doesn't mind it that way, and dreams of mastering a skill and values artwork. He's a member of the Iron of Power. He came from the Green Bell, so he came from I think that's the Mountain Home. You're a member of the Company of Steel and the Guild of Trumpets. So you're a member of both of the Metalsmiths Guilds. You're part of that bigger family that came here. Your older brother is Sirius Salsas. Your younger sister is Onal, who might become my tavern keeper when I finally make a tavern. And you don't have any friends in the fort, and you worship a bajillion gods, just like your siblings. And meanwhile, some migrants have arrived, which is interesting. Bomb wreck! We're gonna wreck these bombs. Speaking of bomb wreck, let me check something. Cloth. 107, there we go. Cave spider silk cloth is still continuing to slowly climb. Id, married to Endok. Wonder who Endok is. It's always fun when people, the rooms of sacrifice. What a name for a place. You're a dwarf. Okay, chat, POV. You're a dwarf, you're moving to a place, and they're just like, hello, welcome to Fortress of whatever the hell it's called, and this is the Rooms of Sacrifice. You're like, the Rooms of what? Like, pardon? What? Wait, which one? No, this entire local area, the local government, is called the Rooms of Sacrifice. That's not okay. I would move out. Like, I'd literally be like, well, I guess I'm moving to whatever Goretusk is because this ain't good. You know, true story, I've never seen Jackass. I definitely clipped that because I assumed none of you would. I'd only be concerned if the floor is red. Well, I guess the only... Quick, what's a red stone in Dwarf Fortress? The only thing they have is Cinnabar? Is Cinnabar red? Can't remember. I already did. Way ahead of you. I'm sorry. Suited Giraffe just sent me this with no context. I appreciate that without any context. Shitposts are out of control. We need that in the next video? Yeah. I don't disagree. They're at an all-time high. Yeah, just like Blockbuster. Most successful video distribution platform. Netflix doesn't have a chance. Anyways, I'm very amused by this. What about you? Are you also from the Rooms of Sacrifice? No, you're not. Well, that's good. It'd be even better if, like, this dwarf was just, like, chronically depressed. I mean, he is 139 years old. He's pretty old, actually. Novice appraiser. Decent appraiser and organizer, too. Competent conversationalist. Not quite sus just yet, but, like... always slightly wary about old dwarves. Actually... maybe Tavern keep. Maybe 2. Got another weaponsmith? What? I thought I already accepted that. No, I guess I didn't. Maybe it's because the migrants popped up. Really looks on others with lust. Good analytical ability, recovers quickly, values nature and romance. These dwarves also really value nature. You have a spouse? Oh shit, lots of family here. Ava's the older sister who's a weaponsmith. Running around with a holy shit, gods. My god. These dwarves all worship pantheons. Like, just massive lists of dwarves. Also married really young for a dwarf. From a member of the Lined Coven, which is the most popular religion here. Was previously here in the group. Okay, I'm starting to realize why this faction has fallen apart and there's almost no population left. Former member of the Constructs of Shocking? Excuse me. Where do these names come from, guys? I realize I named a fort the Strong Balls as part of this faction once, but come on. You're more normal here. Artistically inclined. Ooh. Become engraver. Adequate bone carver. Worships Keshes. Presents himself modestly. Poor spatial sense and hates martial prowess. Well, not putting you in the military. Although you find finds those that develop skill with weapons and fighting distasteful. Well, you have to make a temple for each god. The only temples you have to make gods for are temples that they demand. You can, but you don't have to. I generally just make one generic worship anything wherever square floor thingy and just be like, worship here. Blah! You're drinking balls? I'm very sorry. It's not a great... I had balls once. It wasn't brilliant. It kind of... Not my favorite energy drink. It's better than Bang, though. No, the... Bauxite and Cinnabar are the red ones. Got it. If you make a temple to each god, it'll just give them analysis paralysis of where to go. It's basically, do you want to specifically only allow dwarves to worship one god? Then do that. But I wouldn't try to make every single one. 75 years, still a peasant. This guy has two cousins with goblin names. Pretty sure. Anger prone, flights of fancy, not envious, resists sickness, not easily depressed. Suddenly wondering if I'm going to start getting vampires breaking in. Imagine it tastes like balls. I wouldn't say that. It just tasted like a slightly below average energy drink, but like... It must have been Raven. Royal Hopes and Toad. That's a really good name of a poem. I wish it was the Royal Hopes and the Toad. It's like the Princess and the Frog. Sleepless Marine Corps days. You want to know what my formative memory of the energy drink Bang is? Was either the second or third time I went to PAX West. And this was back when, like, PAX and gaming conventions were still slightly less tasteful. They've gotten better. They're also a lot smaller now. But when I say tasteful, I mean, like, random, like, supermodels in very, very small bikinis advertising things. And for some reason, Bang was, like, the last holdout of this that still did this, like, at PAX. And I remember just talking with a friend of mine, like who works in the games industry. Might have been another streamer, can't even remember. And just hearing a girl's voice in my ear, like maybe this far away from me, like uncomfortably close, shouting, "Wanna bang?" really loudly, with like containers of buckets full of Bang. That's my formative memory of Bang. And I've had Bang once since then, and it was kind of underwhelming. Just literally, that's what they were shouting. They were giving away free Bang. And they were just yelling that really loudly on a show floor with children everywhere, wearing one-piece bathing suits. And you know, I'm not gonna lie, it was quite amusing and we thought it was hysterical, but not exactly tasteful. It was just really funny. Because the first time I heard it, like I damn near died laughing. But by day 4, it was like, okay, come on. I get it. No, I really don't need another Bang. I had one already this morning. I mean, it certainly got people's attention. But that is still my formative memory of Bang. It's just booth babes shouting, "Wanna bang." You're a thrill seeker who's ungrateful. Not in the slightest bit receptive. Does not feel the slightest need to pay back favors done for her. Dreams of creating a great work of art, values peace over war. Likes obsidian, fine pewter, and strangler leather. I know I said this like 40 minutes ago, but by the end of spring, my goal is to have a functional military area up and running. High kinesthetic sense and depression prone. Well, aside from that, ooh, Ooh, doesn't see the point in working hard. Sad, sad, sad. It's often sad and dejected. Has an overinflated sense of self-worth. Has a greedy streak. Mexican things. Practical. Okay, Kodal, you can join the military. I also apparently have some pretty decent axe dwarves and such. I need to check those dwarves. This one. How about you? You're also a peasant. Poor intern is... You're cruel. Eh? Sometimes cruel. In terms of crafting and masterwork. Values tranquility and independence. He's conflicted by this for more reason. Is fine as orderly. Does not easily fall in love. Rarely develops positive feelings. Has a greedy streak and he tends to be a bit stubborn and changing his mind about things. And he finds something others to be emotionally rewarding. You can join the military, stack it. I love the Red Bull car girls because they're tasteful. They're just like, you know, there's nothing wrong with short shorts and a t-shirt in the middle of summer, okay? If you're gonna have booth babes, like, at least let them wear clothing. Don't make me, like, blush. If I'm blushing, you fucked up. Even if I think it's funny. Because I do. But, like, seriously. If you make the person blush. Did I try Pokemon Go? Genuine question. What year is it?
This is madness. Madness.
We're talking about booth babes. The energy drink called Balls came up. And so I said that it kind of tastes like Balls to me kind of tastes like Bang, but the only like formative memory I have of Bang and the only thing I think about whenever I see the Bang energy drink is booth babes screaming wanna bang at PAX. That's the only like thing that pops into my brain. Oh boy. Now, if we could just like convert booth babes into guys in kilts with bagpipes, I'm back in. They'd be the most annoying booth of the show floor. With balls in your hands. Uh-huh. Totally. Those are not really value skills related to fighting. Another weaponsmith. So many weaponsmiths. Avoids fights, but cruel. So just a bad parent, then. A lot of these dwarves find those that develop skills with weapons and fighting distasteful. What a big-ass migrant wave once again. You're a spear dwarf. Poor empathy, high kinesthetic sense. Name is Lead. Guess that means you can't swim. Has a sense of duty. Welcome, Lead. You're a hunter. Intolerant and fact-oriented. Most intolerant people are the opposite of fact-oriented. Bringing a masterwork, we need a siege workshop stat. I mean, cool. Masterwork, siege workshop spots. Reality is a perfectionist is terrible trusting. I mean, we could do that. I don't know where I would put it, but occasionally overindulges, has a calm demeanor, could be considered rude, has a greedy streak, often feels lustful. Acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. Personally respects perseverance, sees the competition as reasonably important, and doesn't feel strongly about the law. You know what? Screw it. We'll check you at the bottom. And a duck. Shoutouts to the duck. Minnie left that fandom. Do I want to know what fandom it was? Generally, when people left the fandom, it's like, I don't want to know. Okay. I'm shocked and amazed by how good moods are. Okay, we'll just let that keep doing its thing. But hey, it's doing exactly what I needed it to do. These, on the other hand, probably just going to keep making lava for all eternity. Because I kind of fucked up here. But that's okay. We can, in fact, make those ice sculptures that chat wanted. Oh, the guns one? Because I can never remember what fandoms people are in. Okay, so let's do that. And... Kerplunk. Oops, that was the wrong tool. Let's do this. Let's also get rid of these ramps. Get that done. Oh boy. Here it goes again. Which is okay. It'll calm down eventually. All right. Okay, then it's the other one. I know what you're talking about, Zin. Okay, so now I can just let this sit. It'll fill itself up, and we are in a good spot. We will have farms in no time. Just need to wait a little bit. Okay. Another artifact is being made. Napalm has entered into a Fey mood. And this right here needs to be higher value. So I'm going to knock this out and put 2 iron pillars in, I think. Do I have any tables? Nope. Do I have any statues? Yep. So because this hall right here, these 2 halls, and also, why don't we just get you training right here, because I totally forgot that I have this. Just get them training with hammers. Because this is another weaponsmith who's making an artifact, and they already grabbed iron, it is very likely that they're going to make a weapon, which means that putting a weapon into a weaponsmith's hall is very fitting. And also, the lined coven requires a temple complex and a high priest. I want to say this was the lined coven? Oh, it's already a temple complex. Well, that's even easier. So I can just appoint a high priest. Salvador is now the first shore, who's the high priest, and... Chat, should I give it to Darius or UDK? Or Gazum? Whoop. Sorry. I just may have ruined his life. I clicked by mistake. So, Gazum is a competent persuader and adequate negotiator. Darius is a conversationalist and pacifier. And UDK is a conversationalist and skilled counselor. Those are their relative jobs. How's things going? Things is going okay. You know, it's still summer. We're still in the dredges of summer. Very much the summer slump season. But I put out, I spent the last 5 days making a hour and 15-minute long video out of 50 hours of footage. And I uploaded it on YouTube this morning, and I feel relieved that I can just not worry about having to finish that video this weekend now. So I took yesterday off and spent 12 hours editing. Chat decided to forget where their keyboards are, so I guess we're giving it to Darius because that's the only statement. Thanks, Master Spike. So Darius is now the Holy Seal, and Salvador is now the first shore. And right here, we're going to do silver pillars. And I will engrave those. I'm also going to do 2 statues. I only have 1 currently, so we'll just keep 10 more. Oh yeah, no, he is relieved after releasing a video. Because that was the longest period of time that I went without uploading a video. Okay, and we're going to follow the strange mood. Grabbing nice blocks. First thing she grabbed was iron. And Arch Matux, thank you very much for the Prime sub for an 11th month. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the Prime subscriptions? And hello, Dominoc. Hope you're doing good. And let's see how you're doing. You must have rock. Okay, how about stone? Bones are what you need. We have metal bars and obsidian already. That's actually an interesting combination. They grab hematite. Tanned hides already have. I think it's literally just bones. Rock, yep. Do you need gems? Bones. You don't have bones. Lots of bones. Metal bars. Okay, so it's bones. There's like no adult animals that I can eat, and obviously I can't. Oh, actually, here's two things I can go for. Go for the alpaca and the stray piggy. We'll go with those. So our military is now training. I'm also going to get these engraved. Oopsies. And the new video was a good watch. I'm glad you liked it. I will say this is the most positive feedback I've had from a new upload in a long time, though. So that's good. There's so much to learn. It's a very deep game, but once you kind of get a handle on like its verbiage and the way it handles most problems, it gets a lot more straightforward with time. But hello, Corrupted Smurfs. Welcome to the channel. Okay, we need to fill this in with nice pretty soon. But I think what I'm going to do is just go... Actually, do I have limestone? Yeah, no, I don't really... What do I have? Because I don't think I have any flux that I've found so far. But let's see. If I do, I will make... Yeah, no flux whatsoever. So instead, we'll just make stuff out of iron. So let's do iron helms, iron shields, iron gauntlets, iron breastplates, iron greaves, iron high boots. I don't think I'm forgetting anything. We'll just do 20 of each. If I'm forgetting something obvious, please tell me. I'm usually forgetting something obvious. Increasing the number of these up to 20. And off the bat, that's it. But yeah, thanks for checking in. Means a lot, mate. Smelt the one native gold I have. Although maybe I have more than one, I don't know. Okay, so you still need to go grab your bones. Whoa, 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 whoa. A section of cavern has collapsed. How? That's somewhat concerning. I genuinely have no idea how that happened. I guess it's because that became obsidian and then fell somehow. But how did that happen? It's kind of bizarre. It will dry eventually. I guess I will just have some ice pillars in this then. Yeah, certainly, but like that one makes sense. Well, actually, to a degree, it doesn't. Yeah, okay, that one down here makes sense. But like, these were all supported, but nothing lost its supports. Oh, I guess it would have been what, collapsing ice then? Anyway, it should finish drying at some point. It's fine. Keyword here is at some point. Although I'm a little bit scared to remove these floors. Let's just try removing one, see what happens. These ones I can't remove. I'm trying to make a farm that's more efficient than the one that I have right now by putting mud on the floor, but because there's, you know, ice everywhere, it's kind of difficult. So I had to heat the water up from the bottom so that it would melt. But the problem is it doesn't always melt in sequence. So if something melts while something else freezes and then melts again, it actually multiplies the water and causes you to have more water in your water. Because when water melts, or when ice melts, it becomes 7 of 7 deep water instead of the depth that it was. So it could be like 1 deep and then melt, freeze, and then thaw, and it'll go from 1 deep to 7 deep. Does that make sense? It's kind of a mess. But it's a thing that I've had to deal with before. It's a little bit annoying, but it's like, it's certainly tolerable. It's not the worst thing this game makes you juggle. Nope, that one down there will fuck us up. So instead I will just simply put a wall there. Sounds kind of like a bug. Allows you to multiply water if you need it. But yeah, certainly. Lots of things in Dwarf Fortress sound like a bug. I just want to say it's a creativity feature. It allows you to create infinite water if you need it. California should try this method. All they need is a fridge. Use it to drown LA. Exactly. Has anybody seen the TV show? I think it's on Netflix still, called The Silent Sea. It's a Korean TV show. It's not great, but the whole kind of idea for the show is that somebody created self-replicating water on the moon to save the Earth, which has run out of water. And it's something. I need to make another butcher shop. So I deconstructed it and didn't make a new one. You have successfully made an obsidian farm on it, based on it? Wait, like, based on self-replicating water? Because that's really cool if that's the thing. Are you telling me I am a star? Because I'm at least 2/3 water. The other third's coffee, by the way. Okay, I also need to jump down to here and assign all of the new livestock to this. Aw, man, thank you, Sir Donut. What's the value of this? Agreed to make it. I've agreed to make it grand. Well, let's wait until this is done. 20 by 20 water manipulation reservoir. Huh. I think I need to make a tavern. This dwarf wants to make merry. Bonfire, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. I greatly appreciate you. Jack, can I get a round of beers for the brand new sub? Enjoy the emotes and the ad-free viewing and the other nonsense. Also, thanks for becoming a basic member on the blog. Thank you. I'm a very low-powered star. Man, I want to be a high-powered star. So wait, if I smoke weed, do I become a high-powered star? That's what I'm picking up here from what you're putting down. Become a high unpowered star. Okay. So if I wear a Superman shirt, am I a superstar then? There's way too much like nonsense in this conversation. My brain can't handle it. Okay, so probably still needs more bone. That, maybe more tanned hides? Yeah, they wait on, they linger on bones for a while, so it's got to be more bones. Yep. Why would you ask any questions that weren't important? Hey now. Wait, no, that's an all-star. Damn. Aside from knowing those lyrics, how do I become an all-star then? You want to know what's a really good sign of things that's making me happy right now? Is last hour, the video got 361 views. In the last 60 minutes, it's got 375 views. Maybe it'll go up because it needs to. Hopefully my silly telling people to like drop like the actual like end hope for the video that I uploaded this morning is that it starts off, acts pretty normal for like 2 or 3 days and then slowly climbs. That's what it needs to do. Because YouTube needs to notice. Notice me, YouTube senpai. Or don't. That'd be fine too. You watch it multiple times. Yeah, that would increase the watch time. But, like, value your time. I'll say that. Just, and also value your own bandwidth, right? If you're just, like, running things on repeat all the time, it's not as good as it needs. Like, it would be better, honestly, if you just went and shared it in a bunch of places. Right? Because sharing is also, like, a trackable interaction that YouTube likes. Stuff like that. Works furiously. There we go. I'm going to put a display right here. Also going to pop up to here. You have gig fiber? You know, value your time. That's all I'll say. I do really appreciate the effort, though. There's nothing cooler than just, like, people being like, I want you to succeed. And it's like, you know, like, one very specific part of me. But thank you. I also have gig fiber, and I value my time. But, I mean, if you want to just leave my videos running in a playlist 24/7, I wouldn't complain. It's like when, I think it was Darius, realized that downloading a YouTube video... downloading a YouTube video counts as 7 views, so he downloaded like the last 10 of my VODs. Your shorts have been popping up on your YouTube recently. You haven't heard of DF until now. What a crazy game. Well, it's the inspiration for Minecraft. Minecraft wouldn't exist without this crazy game. Well, I mean, it might, but it would probably be quite different. It's more of an inspiration for instead of the inspiration for, but... one of several. Okay. That's that series of bedrooms, and I just need one more cabinet back here. Okay. What's up, raw meat? Yeah, Google's definitely smarter than we want them to be. Especially when it comes to muting and stuff. That's cool. Just the snow on the roof. I love it. Actually, does the mayor need anything else? Aside from desperately wanting this done. Nickel weapon rack. Which I'm not going to have anytime soon, I don't think. I need a specific ammo stockpile. Let's just put, please, no bins in this. And let's just double check. Do I have anywhere else where they would put that? No, I don't. I thought I already finished these bedrooms, but definitely didn't. And let's just do multi-bedrooms. Boop. Man, this fort is just full of weaponsmiths. The nice thing about starting off with a weaponsmith's fort early is you know for a fact they're not going to start demanding more different workshops because everybody's just going to take over with the one that you've already provided. Top left bedroom, cabinet missing. Was that before or after I placed it? Because I got chest and cabinet, chest and... Was that before I placed it? Because now I'm confused. Second top left. Oh, okay. You are correct. Thank you. Also, hey, Rami, what's up? Oh, also, Hobo, what do you think? Signs, Williams. I'm assuming these will be the right types of materials, so I won't cancel the jobs, but... Just giving these dwarves some privacy off the bat. Does making floors for bedroom give you the same thing as smoothing floors? It's higher value because you're adding a thing to it. It's about the equivalent of having a low quality engraving on smoothed floors, but then you can engrave it, so they are inherently higher value. And for me, I prefer the way it looks. Like, just smoothed floors, it's just gray. Like, if they had more color to them, I would be more okay with it, but the lack of color I find mildly disturbing. Napalm, the bookkeeper, has created a Dalit Thuvar Enamosus, an iron spear, and claims it as a family heirloom. Damn it! Well, I guess... Napalm, are you in chat? Can I just use this as like a way of making another location more valuable, even though you've claimed it as a family heirloom? I could make it the symbol of the bookkeeper, though. It is an iron spear. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is studded with iron and encircled with bands of round, nice cabochons and water buffalo leather and cushion hematite cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of nice and menaces with spikes of alpaca bone. On the item is an image of Athil oil paint, the dwarf, and dwarves in obsidian. Athil oil paint is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the position of Baroness of the to Athil oil paint taking the position of Baroness of the Iron of Power in the year 197. So chat, this dwarf has on the item is an image of a smooth pebble in pig bone. This dwarf has claimed it as a family heirloom. Do I put it into their bedroom? Or do I use it for what I was intending to use it for, which is just sticking it on this pedestal? You know what I could do? They are the bookkeeper, right? What if I made an office down here? Put it in a display case here. Surrounded it with bars so it couldn't easily be stolen. And just made that part of the thing. Let's do that. Unless chat has any more input. But I'll still make it his symbol. Because while I don't quite think he's earned a nicer bedroom or office, I'll give it to him anyway if I can use it to my advantage. Let's just do lead table and lead throne. Should make those relatively quick. Isn't this somebody's symbol? The onyx opal amulet. Oh wow, it's not. Okay, hold on. Put that there instead. And the value of this, I don't know exactly. Oh, I also need a temple for the Doctrine of Fortresses, apparently. Because I think that the bookkeeper being like the keeper of the artifacts kind of makes sense, you know? Maybe I could make like a little hold underneath his space or something. No, not doors. Let's just go here and then say spear. I like how I now have I have two spears. I've got the lead one up there and then the iron one down here. Maybe I could just make a little row of display cases along here even. I'd be okay with that. Let's swap this wall up for obsidian. Dwarves are like, freedom! All the spaces to walk. So much room, so many room for activities. I can start farming over there in a moment too. But yeah, I guess the next kind of discussion, I need to have this discussion with like both my feedback crew on my Discord as well as just like chat in general, but what kind of video should I make next, chat? Like, I could make one out of this fort, but I don't know if I want to because I'm kind of designing this fort to be a little bit more chill, and I don't know how good that would translate into that type of content, but office. Let's just do paint office, office, office. This can be Napalm, who already has an office, but they're going to get a new one because I'm about to go up here and delete the old one because the old one is literally just like in the middle of a room. I already have footage of adventure mode, so I could do adventure mode next. Although it's a pretty calm little bard slowly going nuts. But it's only 5 hours of footage, so that wouldn't be too difficult to complete. Just from like a I need to complete videos standpoint. Let's just put a ramp right here real quick. And I can put a little upper floor on the... Ooh, actually I can make this a multi-floored room. Napalm could get a bedroom up here. You know, I've been kind of itching to do another no digging fort because I did a no digging fort once and that was a bundle of nonsense. So maybe I'll do another no digging fort at some point, but or like another only ramps fort. There we go. We've completed it. It's now grand. Especially because an only ramps fort in this world would be interesting. But I guess the next video I'll do is probably going to be take that adventure mode footage and mock that into something. And then after that, it would be the question, what do I do after that? And I could see another, like, only ramps. Another only ramps would be fun. I'm never high on stream, Dallas Wheeler, in the YouTube chat. I realize that's a little bit behind the times, but I have not been high on stream. I've not smoked weed and then streamed in a very long time. It's sort of like, are you always high at work? Because that's what this is. You kind of need to be on your best behavior to a degree. I realize some people don't necessarily believe that, but it is true. Okay, let's check the military. There we go. Bunch of them now have gear that they can put on. It's not the nicest gear, but hey, gear is gear. So now I need to make another temple. And this one's going to be to the Doctrine of Fortresses. We kind of decided to make this into a little temple complex thing, which is a terrible idea to do after the fact. But we're going to go up to here. Let's do obsidian stairs. Could be I mean, this is part of like the interestingness about how I'm making these videos, Elfie. And it's interesting because it's most people who make this kind of content don't live stream it, or they have an editor who just like cuts together like stream content, right? Like Virtual gets his editor to hack together stream content that is then produced into like longer form videos, right? But because I'm not doing that, I'm just streaming and recording the footage without that and then transforming it. It's the way I produce this type of stuff is very different from how from the easier way to do it, I guess, which is to just record specifically with the intent of making a video out of it. So for me, it's like a after the fact thing, which makes it harder in a way. And chat's kind of like the director and I'm the producer in a way. So if you guys come up with a thing that you really want me to do, it is possible for you guys to just ask me to do it and then we'll just try and make it happen. Yes, if you don't have stockpiles for that type of gear assigned. Basically, if you don't overproduce your military gear, and you don't have stockpiles for that type of gear already assigned, then yes, it absolutely is possible. Otherwise, it's just tedious. Because if there's a stockpile available, other dwarves will take it and move it. One of the reasons you enjoy watching me is because I interact so much with chat, which is funny because for years, that was often the biggest complaint I would get from YouTube, is that I interact too much with chat. It's like, your VODs are hard to watch. Because like for a while, I tried to kind of emulate what like Nukrium does, where he just puts his VODs directly onto YouTube. And I did that for quite some time. But the reason I eventually stopped doing that and moved them to a different channel is because I interact with Twitch chat too much. So I basically need to stream the way he does, which is he literally doesn't talk to chat at all. You definitely wouldn't trust you? I mean, you guys know what you like and what's entertaining. I don't actually know what's entertaining. I don't know why you guys like my stream. I know why I enjoy other streams, and I can try and replicate what I enjoy. I don't know why people watch my streams. Yep, and I'm trying to juggle both. Corrupted Smurfs. Let's Plays are dead, but yeah. No, I agree. Use the platforms to their strengths, Nux. The problem is trying to juggle both. Because there's only so many hours in the week. Why would I upload a video at 2x speed? That's stupid. Sorry. I don't care if that would trick the algorithm. That is one of the dumbest things I've ever heard. Suggesting in YouTube chat, you could always upload a video at 2 times speed and tell people to watch it at 0.5 speed to trick the algorithm. Yeah, that's really dumb. No, thank you. No one wants to watch long content anymore. That's not true. They want to watch long content in a single video, right? So if you can make like a 4-hour Let's Play and put it all into one video, then yeah, people will watch it. Which is very funny to me. It's like, it's the episodic Let's Plays that are dead. Like, I can't remember his name off the top of my head, but there's a Factorio YouTuber who comments on my videos every now and again. And his most successful video in the last, like, year is literally just Crastorio the movie. Let's just make iron grate. Just make like 40 of them. No, I'm well aware of what it is. See, right. I mean, there's a reason why one of my most profitable videos the last few years is a 7-hour compilation of all of my tutorials in one. Like, there's a method to the madness. It's because it's what people click on. Yeah, but if you watch that video, the tutorial Let's Play that I did for Dwarf Fort, Corrupted Smurfs, episode 1, like, almost 400,000 views. Episode 2, like, half of it. And it just halves every single episode. Back in the day, you used to be able to upload, like, a series of 30 videos, and they'd each have roughly the same number of views, with the first one being slightly higher. It was like, the first one would be, like, 10 to 15% higher, with less drop-off. But, you know. I should make a video of trying to open the circus as fast as possible. I'm going to be honest with you. No. No, thank you. The circus is the worst part of Dwarf Fortress. I can make significantly more interesting videos without just trying to speedrun the least interesting bit. Because the reality is this. I can make videos and I can do challenge plays and all that stupid fucking wording nonsense. But what I can't do is compromise my own entertainment and my own enjoyment. The worst part of Dwarf Fortress is digging too deeply and greedily, especially in the current game. And if I'm not enjoying the gameplay, my streams get less engaging. And if my streams are less engaging, I don't enjoy the gameplay. And if I'm not enjoying the gameplay, the streams get less engaging. And it's this vicious cycle of everything gets worse. And if my streams underperform, then I don't have time to produce these big videos. So it's kind of a shitty cycle, but it's true. Grand Guild Hall for the guild. Wait, what? I thought I already did that. Agreed to build it. Why'd you lose the value? Oh, it's because, okay, right, because I was moving that. You watched 7 hours of the first chapter of Machine Wars. I fell asleep when you woke up. The video was still, yep. Oh, no, absolutely. Here's the thing. My VOD channel has like 1,000 times better retention than my main channel. And actually here, I'm going to show you guys some behind the scenes YouTube shit for a second. Sorry if I blind you. If I go to this account, right? This is my VOD channel. And I go to here, scroll down to part 1 of Godly Tombs, right? This is part 1 of Godly Tombs. Part 1 of Godly Tombs has made me $30, right? $30 for 3,000 views. That's $30 Canadian, by the way. And then I go to my main channel. And I go to, I don't know, Future of the Fortress, 5,000 views. What has it made? 26. For like twice the views. It's true. Like, longer videos make more money. Like, significantly more. I don't know. The Norland video I made. $31 for 10,000 views. Which means this video will probably actually have a pretty good view to dollar rate on it. but we'll see. Yeah, well, it makes them easier to title, right? Having specific themes. Like, this one isn't really a themed fort. This is just, I needed a break. This is just me on vacation, basically. I'm going to build lava cannons, though, or do something fun. The Guild of Tempests will be recognized, and that is very satisfying. Just got to get that artifact placed back there. Let's suspend this real quick. So kind of. I mean, if you consider a fortress with elephants and a volcano a theme, that's a very loose theme. It's like saying it's a book with pages. Like, it's just kind of normal Dwarf fort stuff. Also, apparently we're getting interrupted by a giant olm. Beg your pardon? Yeah, we are. Hello, Olmy. Should probably just put some cage traps down here. Catch us some cave creatures. Homer Simpson? That would be a hell of a fan art. What is it? It's a giant olm. They're kind of like they're in the salamander family. It's basically a giant blind salamander. They're not super threatening. I do actually have one, like, right here. Has no cage in it, though. Let's just make 10 iron cages. Because believe it or not, iron is easier to come by here than wood right now. Which is kind of funny. I think I'm just going to go down here and just, like, go into clothing and just grab a bunch of looms. I said clothing. Why did I click on the non-clothing thing? I also said that I was going to do something else with this fortress, which is make a animal catching zone, and catch spiders. So we'll have to do that. They're also closely related to axolotls. Axolotls are like the animal that every single like young person has discovered recently, and it's kind of funny when that happens. It's like suddenly everybody discovers that a cute type of animal exists, and then it's like there's a billion video games themed after them. Like everybody suddenly knows that they exist. It's like, yeah, axolotls have existed for a long time. That one will perplex me for a while, to be honest. It's like, where did this massive axolotl obsession come from? Is it really because of Minecraft? Like, did they add it? Oh, wow, that's funny. Okay, so I'm making a temple to the doctrine of fortresses, which is the second most popular religion, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, 12 worshippers. They worship fortresses, war, victory, and sacrifice. Ooh. Yeah, honestly, that makes a lot of sense. Like, it's like, well, if something ends up in Minecraft, okay, you know what? Fair enough. This checks out. There we go. Everybody get new gear. This started before Minecraft? Really? Okay. Now, is this a chicken and the egg situation where it's like, did Minecraft make axolotls popular, or were axolotls popular so Minecraft added them? I don't play Minecraft, so I don't know when patches happen for Minecraft. Also, the impressions click-through rate went up slightly. All right, looking at this fortress. Where the hell should I put military area? Regardless, though, that's not the tool I wanted. This is the tool I wanted. I think these ones I can just ramp up. Same with this. Oh, shit. I need to block this. Although that's probably going to be the wrong type of material, so let's do this again. Nice is fine. And now we can begin farming here, pretty much. Although I do have a bunch of crap here I need to throw out. Let's make some totems. They're like foxes. For some reason, people are obsessed with them. Just remember, foxes pee on their food. So you ain't truly a fan of foxes unless you... Actually, maybe I shouldn't say that out loud. They also pee in their water, so other things don't drink their water. They're, like, kind of gross. They're like goats, but kind of worse. And they smell worse somehow. They'll never domesticate their asses into my house if they keep peeing on their food. That's all I have to say. No chance. They're immune to mushroom poison? Well, I guess they are clearly the superior species. Grills is a fan of foxes. Oy vey. He'd probably eat them, though, so I don't know. Maybe that's worse. The other night, you heard a screech that sounded like a woman being stabbed. Freaking love-hate urban foxes. That reminds me of the first time I heard an elk while I was camping. I was camping and then woke up in the middle of the night just, like, hearing this horrifying guttural screech. And then my friend next to me is like, don't worry, it's... Like, this wasn't scouts, so, like, we were all sharing tents, right? And there was 3 of us in this tent. And my friend's like, don't worry, it's just a fucking elk. Like, ah! Scared the crap out of me. I mean, aren't they nocturnal foxes? Pretty sure foxes are nocturnal. Or like semi-nocturnal, like cats. Where they don't actually obey the rules of nature, they just sometimes choose to. I don't know where I'm going with this. All I'm saying is cats are criminals. Let's do this. Let's do that. Sounds like when I get my best thinking in, Elfie. Cougars, I can confirm that cougars do in fact make crazy sounds. Where I grew up, we would occasionally get cougars in the vicinity. Only saw one once while living there. But, yeah. That is, in fact, well, it's not flowing anywhere, but there is lava in that thing, yes. And also unprotected walkways, because naturally. Maximum fun possibilities. You know what would make for a really good video? Would be like, day in the life of a dwarf. And then it's just like this beautiful, happy fortress, and everything is all fine and dandy, and then suddenly the dwarf just dies horrifically. It's just like 20 minutes of just like following this dwarf around and just like building stuff up, and then the dwarf dies. But I don't know how it works. Not if I close the drawbridge. Thanks for reminding me to. You know, this area might be considered outside, so I might not actually be able to grow food here. This whole plan might be for naught. No mud, soil. I mean, then why did you build it? Yep, that's what I was worried about. Although apparently I can grow blueberries here. Wonder if they're in season. Cranberry flowers. Blueberry flowers. Hey, chat, remind me in like 15 minutes. I'm using you as an Alexa, by the way. Remind me in like 15 minutes to go pick blueberries. We're gonna make us some blueberry and cranberry wine. Yes, that's what I did here, but I also screwed up and forgot that I'm like on a mountain. Or like in an area, or that I made this area above ground technically. So this is actually gonna be surface farming technically. But yes, that is absolutely what's happening here. But I do need you guys to remind me in a little bit to, like, turn this into a farming zone. Or to get fruits, rather. It'll be nice. It'll give us fancier food. And there's nothing wrong with that. Sort of. This screen, the Justice screen, is where you get villains and schemes. You can also find villains and schemes in adventure mode, but this is going to be a very Dwarf Fortress sounding sentence. Villains and schemes were supposed to be out by the end of 2019, but Tarn started working on the Steam version, then got half of it out, which is the villains stuff, and partially implemented schemes and whatnot in adventure mode, as well as partially implemented schemes in Fortress mode where guys can show up to try and steal your stuff. But it's only half implemented, so you can't actually do schemes, and you can't be a villain, and you can't actually complete most of the schemes and plots. You can find the leader and then maybe go kill him in adventure mode, but it doesn't give you all the information that it's supposed to because it's only half implemented because he went off to go work on the Steam version. So it is half implemented, but not entirely. Also, I forgot to click OK on this. What's the value of you? Okay, so you need higher values. So I'm going to go up to the top of this and just be like... Rrrp. Did I make these all out of nice? I hope I did. Yeah, when you, like, they are implemented in the behind the scenes simulation, behind the scenes implementation of it is there. It's just not fully functional yet. We'll probably get there at some point, but things can spy on you, you can't spy on things. If somebody shows up and tries and steals one of your artifacts, that's a villain actor. Humans have arrived to trade. Let's say crowns. Am I making? Okay, no, it's literally just amulets. How about totems? That's an expensive totem, KV boar skull. It's the most useful KVs have ever been in my forts. Let's do this. Muskox bone earring. Actually, earring. Just the one. Oh, true. If the humans have them for sale, we could just buy them. Actually, hold on. That's what I'm going to do to make this value go up in this. So I'm just going to fill you up with statues, because I have statues, apparently. That's a Minotaur statue. That's pretty cool. Lots of Minotaur statues. That Minotaur, it's probably the spurting guy. Very popular figure in this world. Well, yeah, because it's not in a biome that kills you. I needed something chill after the last one, okay? That actually, you know, I've got an idea on what we could do for the next one. We could go to that mountain that rains blood and do only ramps. So I run this fort for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. Do an only ramps fort on that after that. No. I mean, obsidian weaponry is like slightly more effective than wood. It's not a good trade device, really. Or weapon device. Like it's good if that's the only option you have. Am I out of lead? I must be. Let's go mine some galena. Oh, hey, gems. Green zircons. Nice. There it is. Auto mine, 3, not super high percent. Turns out there's a lot of this stuff here. Any administrator or noble? Well, none are available. And I don't really want to give you Captain of the Guard, because I've got no reason to make a Captain of the Guard right now, and that would just actively make me more work. Blueberries, check. You are correct. Yes, 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 yes. And Cab Zorro, thank you very much for the Prime subscription. You know, Ranger Rick, I like you, but people like you that are the bane of my existence. The people who are like, I demand a noble! Because my response is just like, why? Like, just why? Well, I'm trying to make... actually, how about this? Happy middle ground. This is a temple I'm building that was demanded. When the temple is done, could I give you a religious figure? You are correct. They are called nobles, not yesbles. Okay, let's wait for these statues to get installed, because they're like roughly 1,000 per. Actually, let's do that at a slightly higher priority. So they have an easy way through. Too many bulls? I mean, maybe. That sounds like propaganda. Also, Napalm, you can have your old job back. Actually, no, never mind. Not going to give you your old job back. But, buddy, can you please stop teaching a weaponsmithing demonstration? Thanks. All right, recognize priesthood. Wait, hold on a second. What did that say? The holy what? Ah, holy whip. I presume that the holy whip is very similar to miracle whip, right? We'll be on tomorrow. Bumfire. But since you're the holy whip, Ranger Rick, which whip of holiness suits you bestedest? You can select from the list. Them's your options. Colette? Okay, but first you gotta Colette me check the blueberries. Cranberries. Okay, there we go. Cranberries, blueberries. Meow. Excellent. Now we're talking. This is gonna be great for the old cave adaptation. Okay, so now that we're back here, now we just gotta wait. So many weaponsmithing demos. I'm telling you, chat. This room is too popular. This is where all the dwarves are making friends. I mean, Cal, I gotta get you gotta go do your actual job, you know? I realize you're just constantly feeling wonder, but you're also getting into arguments. Maybe it's time to take a break from all of this wonder and, you know, like go do something. Maybe? I mean, I get it, maybe not, but like... Okay, you've got too many jobs then. Broker, who else could do it? Whoever Schmortast is could do it. Now, Whip. Mr. Cool Whip here, the Holy Whip. Coulette. Now known as Ranger Rick. Holding a silver goblet, how classy. Says, I should be feeling great. Man, that's me every day. I should be feeling great right now. It's too close to home. You have a pet pupper and a pet guinea hen. And you're very happy about the establishment of your temple. And probably still depressed. Personally does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. He works to describe his natural tendency with his respect to martial prowess. He is generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning his actions, and he has he desires little for himself in the way of possessions. He does not personally seek retribution for past wrongs, and he takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful. He often feels lustful, and he's rarely happy or enthusiastic. He is conflicted by this. He values parties and merrymaking in the abstract, and he is moved by art and natural beauty. He is troubled by this, since he dislikes the natural world. He could be considered rude, and he doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. He generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. He is quick to anger, and he does not go out of his way to help others. He is currently more fearless and currently more confident, and is currently less private, and is currently more thoughtless. Needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors, but only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally dislikes cooperation, and does not care about family one way or another. And he likes native platinum and sterling silver and bone opal and muscle leather, as well as coral, chameleon bone, and the color copper, bucklers, cabinets, and water buffaloes for their wallowing, and the words of the mindful saffron, and the sound of the laces of pregnancy, and when possible prefers to consume giant vulture and fisher berries and raspberry wine, and absolutely hates fire snakes. It's like, I wish I was happy right now. It's like, that sounds like depression. Does not enjoy participating in physical confrontations. Well, I mean... Yes, that'll be good. You are the Holy Whip, of course, a member of the Trampled Machine. And for relations, you do have two close friends. You're close friends with Aiden the Bone Doctor and Sirius Salsas, who's currently recruiting the military. You've got crappy spatial sense. You're not much of a military person. But, you know, you do still want to train in it, and you want to take it easy. You were bored after having an intellectual discussion with a friend. I guess I would say that your friend Sirius Salsa, much more of a head bonky person. Unless, I said friends, so not close friends. So it's probably Sirius Salsa he was talking with. So he was chatting with Sirius Salsa and it didn't go well. Muscle leather, as in muscles, like the crustacean. They're not crustaceans. What are mussels? Not human mussels. The undersea thing. What? Shellfish. Anyway, that kind of mussel. They're very selfish is what they are, truly. Okay, here comes the broker. Mollusks? Oh. Can you imagine muscle leather, though? No, because it's not possible. Oh, hey, look, blackberries. Man, I should just buy blackberries from them, shouldn't I? Delicious. Where I live, anybody who buys blackberries is really silly. Because if you just like walk outside right now into an alleyway, you'll just get unlimited blackberries for free and not have to pay for them. I don't really know what I want to buy from them. I'll just buy these crutches. And the splint. Buy a bunch of cabbages. I realize I'm blocking this. Imagine muscle jerky. I mean, I'm having a hard time imagining that too, but... I think I can also grow fisher berries here. Man, Dwarf, you suck at trading. Look at the profit they demand. Wow. I mean, fine then. Fisher berries, fisher berries. Buy one fisher berry then. Good lord. That's how they get you. Them back alley blueberry dealers give you the first bushel free and then you're hooked. I mean, you know, you joke, but... It's practically impossible in the desert. Yeah, anywhere there's lots of water, it's impossible to get rid of them. Like, blackberries just appear places. One of my neighbors who doesn't know much about gardening or plants once suggested, why don't we train some blackberries to cover that back fence? I was like, train? Blackberries? Why don't you just, like, train a Wolverine to sit and stay? Like, sheesh. Or maybe train that one girl from high school to actually have no trust issues and commitment problems. So it's blueberries and cranberries that we can go for. So these blackberry seeds can actually be cooked. Okay. But they're all right there. I guess we just don't know that we have them yet. Certainly going to get some interesting variety up in here. Blueberry, bilberry, cranberry. Oh, I got blueberry wine. There we go. So let's just do blueberry bushes year-round. And bilberry bushes year-round. It's been a while, yeah. It has been a while. Although Spirit Home was almost entirely kept around by surface harvesting. You know, to be honest with you, I don't know what pressed liquid from fruit does. Like, true story, I have no idea what that does. It is a really good soundtrack, yeah. Makes a slurry? Okay, but what's that for? Sorry, I should have elaborated a bit more. Why are you puking in the food pile, Dwarf? That's just rude. I think I'll make another food stockpile up here. Also, I just realized, all boulder gone. This is awesome. Fantastic. It's used for cooking? Maybe that's another thing we could do. Does it make oil? Oh, wait, hold on. Are you talking about real life or dwarf fort? Because I know that, like, rock nuts make oil. But maybe I'm thinking of the wrong type of oil. Get oil for making soap. Sure. Yeah, I knew that, but I didn't know about the cooking thing, I guess. It's what you do sometimes when you have olives. Yeah, I've pressed olives before. I've also made rock nut oil before. I just didn't realize you could do that with fruit. Killjoy on YouTube says, watched your movie, it was superb, and throws a $10 super chat. Thank you. That took way too long to make. But I'm glad you liked it. Don't tell the US they might siege you. You mean the goblins? Broker's been taken by another mood. Let's jump up here. Re-equip these dwarves. And you know what? I'm going to commit to eventually putting an entrance over here. I'm going to do that. So what I'm going to do... Dude, if America could get oil out of fruit, the world would be so much more peaceful. Also, fruit-like trees would be so much more plentiful. If only, man. So carve out, carve down. Carve out, carve down. You're not wrong, actually. Yes, you can make ethanol out of corn. Also, chat room, can I get a round of beers for the super chat? Does go a long way. I do thank you greatly. And also, thanks for all the gift subs today. Appreciate you, chat room. You can do that, but it would tank all the economies in the world. It's kind of wild how much greed controls everything. Everything is fine. Yeah, do not scream. Everything is fine. Everything will be fine. More cranberries here. Speaking of cranberries. This is blueberries. This is bilberries. Over here we could do cranberries, and over here we could do something else. So let's go to this side and just build and extend this. And build and extend that. Actually, maybe don't go all the way back. Kind of want to fill that wall in. Did I get the blueberries? Yes. Yes, I did. Yeah, I think the thing with surface farming is I do it maybe more often than some people think, but I never really make a big deal out of it. It's like, oh, I did surface farming that for it anyway. But like, I'll do it and then I won't mention it once I've done it. if that makes any sense. And then that's pretty consistently how I operate when it comes to surface farming. Is I will start surface farming and then just kind of forget to mention it ever again. I think it's also kind of ironic right now that my miners are the least likely to become permanently cave adapted because they're spending a lot of time running back and forth outside. I find that really ironic and kind of funny. Uh-oh. I totally missed this, but we have another strange mood happening, and this is my broker who's done it. Iron bars and onyx opals. What else do you need? Lots of blocks, metal bars, got it. Cut gems, okay, probably that's what we need. Actually, no, you already have plant cloth. Okay, we have that, I think. Metal bars, okay. Cut gems. Is it rough gems, maybe? Rock blocks. We're not strip. Oh, I'm not strip mining. I'm building a front door. Do I not have plant cloth? Yeah, I've got... Well, actually, this all belongs to them. So maybe I don't have cloth. Well, in that case, guys, we got to trade again. I'll sell you some bolts. I gotta buy your plant cloth. Before you leave, you gotta get here stat. Although my broker's in a strange mood, so I gotta swap that person out for a different person. Mayor can take the job temporarily, who's socializing currently. All right, well, let's swap that out to a different person. Grumble. How about... Hunter. Can you get over here? There you go. Trade at depot. Turns out bolts, really good trade good, by the way. Got puddles of dwarven wine freezing outside. So we got rope reed. That's... Okay, look at this. That's kind of wild. Trader profit 0, but it's green. How? This dwarf must be really good at trading. I've never seen that before. I mean, with a name like Elbow Feet, most certainly, right? It could be inaccurate pricing. It could be me just being really bad at my job. I mean, what is his appraisal skill even? Interesting. Yeah, I don't know. He's half Ferengi. Possibly. We clearly have that sex appeal, though. Okay, so let's do cranberries. 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 Bilberries. Cranberries. And cranberries. Bilberries. Cranberries. Bilberries. Cranberries. There we go. We got cranberry bushes planted. Getting blueberry bushes planted. And we have bilberry bushes planted. Excellent. Keep him as my trader? Yeah, no, definitely. But you're right. It probably is just inaccurate appraisal. But I gotta say, I've never seen that before. I've never seen traders accept 0 profit on an item. So that's a first for me. So now... Okay, so they're working furiously. They grabbed what they needed. They needed rope reed. Yeah, they needed the plant cloth. Also, let's check one of the starting 7. So let's just jump to the founder real quick. The expedition leader, who is this dwarf. How's your clothing doing? Shoes and gloves. Let's make 20 shoes and 20 pairs of gloves. Cloth shoes and cloth gloves. Cloth shoe and cloth glove. As far as I know, it's like all of the speech skills affect trading. It's like it's like flatterer, it's counselor, it's what's it called? Appraisal. It's intimidating. It's persuading. It's all of them. To varying degrees. I said I'm making a mountain home, so dag nabbit, it's going to be an epic one. DF still surprising us 2 decades later. I mean, that's why I still play this game, is because it is still genuinely surprising. Seeking that rush of finding something new. I'm convinced that weaponsmith's guild is why the moods are so high. Because most of these dwarves are homeless, right? So it's kind of crazy to me that... Now we're talking. Now we're talking. That's better than the previous one. Which was a, what, lead battle axe? So short task, the weaponsmith has created Anasakat. I have questions. No problems, Dressel. You would have deleted the game if you didn't find my stuff? Well, cheers. YouTube chat is thanking me for the tutorials. Although, generally, the way compliments work in Dwarf Fortress Hangover NG is like... The rope reed shoe really makes the outfit, is often what they say. Short task, the weaponsmith has created Anasakat, the iron battle axe, and claims it as a family heirloom. I guess we'll put it into one of the weapon bins or containers. We'll add it to this godly row of artifacts. By that I mean we'll put it up 1 layer. You heard what I said, I think, Wiz. And some more migrants have arrived. Jumping down here, we have an animal trainer who's 61 years old. Where's Bonesaw? This dwarf worships the walled creed. How can society function without loyalty, he says. He's wearing a dress. Worships Einod. Competent musician, singer, and stringed instrumentalist, turns out. He swam once or twice before. Welcome to the fort. Sounds particularly dwarfy if it's a cat butt axe. If you say that fast enough, it sounds like you're saying cat buttocks. You're fearful. How about you? Poor intuition, bad spatial sense, resist, recovers quickly, values fairness. Are you brave? Does not easily fall in love early, develops positive sins. He's moved by art and natural beauty. He dislikes the natural world, often nervous. Makes a small mess with How about you? Saxul, the metal crafter. Adequate metal crafter. Ooh. See, this would be a pretty good noble, actually. No skills in combat. Flight's a fancy cheerless. Weak, curious, and tough. How are you weak and tough? Can't lift a lot, but will deal with a lot, I guess. Oh. Is bored by reality and would much rather disappear utterly and forever into a world of made-up fantasy. This dwarf imagines a world where dwarves don't exist and humans rule everything. Clearly. Tends to ask others for help with personal... She doesn't mind a little tumult in day-to-day living. Well, how about you join this squad? What's your name? Saxul. I'm not sure if this was going to be the Marksdorf squad or not. I think the answer is not. That's a stray lamb. Thanks, Costa. This dwarf here is depression-prone, rude, and artistically inclined. Shameless and resilient. Wow. Unfazed by the thoughts of others and she is confident under pressure. She's very impolite and considerate of property, greatly moved by art and natural beauty, is troubled by this since she dislikes the natural world. Often dejected as an active imagination, generally acts with an arrow focus on the current activity and tends to be swayed by emotions of others. She likes a little excitement now and again and often feels envious of others, is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. You'd be terrible in the military, but interesting dwarf nonetheless. Ooh, novice mace dwarf? Not one I've had previously. Vengeful. Hates romance and has good focus. Will generally seek retribution for past wrongs. He feels envious of others and is bashful. Often feels tends to reveal he's a little tight with resources when working on projects. Dislikes the natural world. Dreams of mastering skill, personally finds romance distasteful, finds bind honesty foolish, and doesn't particularly care about craft or drawer in the military, Yubel. No. There you are. In this squad, I'm going to set to monthly orders. That's a goat. Sent me a thing, look whenever. Will, in fact... Hey, chat, you guys want to see a shit post? I'm scared to turn this up. The flickering is OBS. It's not your screen. Don't worry. That's almost offensive, man. Almost. But not quite. Very self-aware. I'm not paying him to do this. It's just sending me shit. It's immaculate. Yeah, I can hear the... I think there is actually a sound attached to it. I'm just scared about how loud it'll be. Reindeer calf, a goat kid, a lamb. Some carpenter. Ooh, adequate Marksdorf. Also a skilled carpenter. Values cunning. Poor spatial sense, but strong. I think that this dwarf may be about to be the lead. Wait, what? Woodworker, not carpenter. Sorry, gotta swap out your job. You're getting, or if you're getting replaced, I hate to break it to you. Whenever I see this dwarf, I think they're a human. He keeps looking more and more like a grandpa, though. Coming soon to well, no, I mean, but you're not wrong. I forgot to rewind a bunch of my tapes after having a whiskey night with a friend a couple weekends ago. And I've been going through, like, constantly mad at myself for not rewinding my own tapes. So yeah, please rewind your cassettes or tapes or anything. Developed empathy, creative, patient, and lustful. The Thrus Birdcuss Ognet, what the heck is that? What do you worship, madam? The god of jewels. Huh. Of course she worships the god of jewels. She's an empathetic, creative, patient, lustful lady. Naturally, she likes gems. Seems like an expensive date. Maybe we should get her gem cutting. Is prone to strong feelings of lust. Prefers discussions and ideas of abstract concepts over handling specific practical issues. Sounds like she might be worth it, though. I mean, she's also, her last name's Bolt Livid. I feel like if it didn't work out, this wouldn't be the one you didn't want it to work out with, though. You know? Like, this is the one that will set your backyard on fire. Or just your house, you know? Also, jumping over to YouTube chat for a second from Steve. Rarely get to watch the streams, so staying up late, you just want to say thanks for all your videos. And they've helped you through tough times. Happy to help, dude. Happy you get something useful out of them.
Oh hey, it is that time again for number to go up. Hope stream has been good.
This time it includes a notification for Apple Plus for 3 months, I think. Shoot a bolt through your liver? Maybe shoot bolts at you until you are no longer a livid. You become an unlivid. We were stereotyping a lady dwarf, okay? Devilish. That's what was happening there. And I've got that other battle axe to put here. It's the cat butt one. Silver. Silver. And silver. But I will leave this one forbidden until everything else is in. That was quick. And then up here, well, we're at the roof now, which is good. These are my artifacts. I think what I might do is once they're in, I'm just going to slowly start removing these floors in front of them. So they're just like stacked, basically. I also don't know why they keep climbing down, but they seem to really like just climbing down for some reason. How's your doofus? Better now that I can remember how to spell devil. You seem to be doing okay. You're a Grandmaster Weaponsmith. You want to be merry, and you want martial training real bad. Granted, most of the dwarves in this fort right now really want to be merry. So probably what we got to do is make a tavern. Now, I think the way we're going to make a tavern is I'm gonna just dig a hole here, basically, and just allow the tavern to be like right in here. Do that or like up in here. Ooh. Chat, under the kitchens? Everybody in this fort's a weaponsmith. I hate to break it to you. Under the kitchens? Or by the farms? Where do you think would be a better place for a tavern? Yes, I agree. Next question. That or I could, or I could just cut out this entire area. Actually, I've got an idea. This will be the entrance to the tavern right here. It's gonna go down a layer, and we'll call it like the Hollow Root or something. And I can also make this area like just a way to look down in. But that over there will actually be the entrance right here. Could also make this go down one layer and in. Welcome back, Gazum. Yes, you're still alive if you're wondering. Now the other question, do I make the tavern public? If I do, I absolutely need to lock down these extra artifacts. That'll be fine. Will your own dwarves plot to steal your artifacts? Yes. Yes, they will. But only if they get convinced by an outside party to plot to steal your artifacts. So they won't do it of their own volition. They'll only do it if they are tricked into doing it, essentially. And also invade the goblins when possible is the other bit. And if anybody's wondering, yes, refugees are in fact a mechanic in Dwarf Fortress that can happen. Let's just stick with the nice walls, because they're nice. And then I'll also cancel this one temporarily. We'll just add these back in later. And let's do this down here. And I will cancel that one currently. So they can just build that with as few jobs as possible. What's holding this thing up? It's clay loam wall. How the hell does that happen? I don't think that's gonna all cave in, but it might. Well, if it does, hopefully the dwarves are far enough away. Nope, there it goes. Answers that question. Like, I think dwarves are far enough away. Nope. Nobody died, though. It's fine. Oh, are you okay? Him go fast appears to have Choked on dust, which is unfortunate, but I'm sure they'll wake up and be fine. Napalm doesn't need to worry, because you are okay.
Him_go_.
Holy shit!
Cheered. X420. Ack.
First bits of the stream. My day is now complete. Thank you much. Seriously, first bits of the stream. That's got to be some kind of record. 8 hours in? Yeah. I mean, we've had lots of gift subs, so I'm not complaining. Today's been fantastic, but like, at the same time, it's like, I think this might be the longest period of time this year that I've gone without getting bits. Anyway, you're now number 1, so congrats. Enjoy number 1. Chat room, can I get a round of beers for the bits? Yeah, we'll do right here. Mass Morass, what kind of dwarf would you like? We do have a decent selection. Oh, you want weapon racks, okay. Rock weapon rack. 3 of them. Do you have any preference on job, my friend? It's going to be a massive tavern. Also needs a lava front balcony. Or maybe that'll be a library, I don't know. It's going to be a big-ass tavern. The last one I had didn't have any dancing in it, and I want a tavern with dancing. So thus you got to make a big tavern if you want a tavern with dancing. Do I have a tavern keeper? I got 2 dwarves that are titled maybe tavern keeper. Got Onol and Id. I don't actually have a tavern yet. I realize the fort's 4 years old, but I wanted everybody to be weaponsmiths. So the only real social option for the dwarves is the weaponsmiths. The root cellar? That's not a bad name. Id? It'll do. Meditate on death. You know, great tavern keeper. I need to sneeze really bad, so if I sneeze in the background, I'm sorry. You are married to Endok, who doesn't live here. He is pleased by his appearance and talents. He is assertive and he likes to brawl. He tries to do things correctly each time. He doesn't seek out excitement. He doesn't often experience strong cravings or urges, and he is generally quite confident in his abilities when undertaking specific ventures. He often acts with compassion, and he has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and he finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. He is currently more rude, and he is currently more fearless, and he is currently more shameless, and he is currently less private. And he's currently more thoughtless, and he shakes his finger up and down when he's excited, and he chews his lips when he's nervous. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He dreams of mastering a skill and personally is put off by family. And he likes rutile and sterling silver and green zircon and wolf leather, weasel tooth, and knuckle worm parchment. Donkeys for their stubbornness and the sight of the fancy glosses when possible prefers to consume purple amaranth beer and sorghum seeds and absolutely can't stand bats because who likes bats? He's a competent conversationalist. This is why I have him as a possible tavern keeper, because you want a tavern keeper with speech skills, basically. You've also got some very basic skills in fighting, but you're quite rusty. And he's got a good spatial sense and no friends. Is there anything else I can get here? Right, yeah, you're previously from a place called the Rooms of Sacrifice, which I genuinely think is hysterical. You're a member of the Metalsmiths Guild as well. But then again, who isn't a member of the Metalsmiths Guild in this fort? I'm sensing that this is going to be a really nice tavern. You like bats? They're cool. Bats are pretty neat. Also, I gotta say, this is rapidly becoming the worst housing to have. Tavern's gonna be like right here. So you have a bedroom like right here, Tavern's right there. They're just dancing and partying, and you're like, God damn it, I'm trying to sleep. All the dogs outside just decided to go berserk simultaneously. Very dog-like behavior. Bark, 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 bark. Pretty much. Except more high-pitched and annoying. Bats are just flying. No, they're flying rats. They're closer to rats than puppies. But as somebody who doesn't really like puppies, I'm just gonna say that that's not a selling point for me. That's positive, okay? That's what you got. I know. I'm not gonna make the sound commands I have to listen to every day high pitched and annoying like the dogs outside. I get to listen to them every day too, and you know what? They're fine. Where is the nice? There it is. I'm phasing out. I'm tired. So chat room, I'll be honest with you, I am dozing off. I didn't sleep much last night. Kind of finished the video at went to bed at roughly 11:30 and then woke up at 5 for an hour to edit a trailer and upload this stuff and prep everything. And then just kind of phased out. It's 5:30. I didn't make it to the garden all weekend except for Friday, so that's not technically part of the weekend yet. So I need to go to the garden today, and I do have some stuff I do need to do today. So I think we're going to call it at the 8.5 hour mark here. Garden party. I mean, you're not invited, so if you show up at my garden, I will be very concerned for my safety. Because how did you... It's easier to find my house than it is to find my garden. Anyway, I'm going to have to say, chat, I think it's time for me to call it. I'm just going to make a new timeline because that scares me. I'm just going to call this Goretusk. We're just going to do that because whenever I see that, that scares me. But YouTube chat, I'm going to shut you guys down first. So I just have to say, I got to say, it's not that late here. It's 5:30 p.m. But when I fail to brain for 90 seconds straight, it means it's time to call it. So Twitch chat, you guys can now say good night, YouTube. I'm gonna put a marker down so I know where to cut it. Go watch that video I uploaded this morning. Hopefully it's satisfactory, and I hope that you enjoy it. I put a lot of work into it, literally like a full work week of work into that one video. And YouTube will be on tomorrow. Probably just dwarfing. I'm thinking dwarf in the morning and Norland in the evening, but we'll see. I kind of want to do a mix tomorrow. I kind of want to play some more Norland. I'm desiring more Norland in my life. So YouTube chat, we will see you guys on the flip.